Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to continue the series What If Deku Became Captain Japan Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Izuku Midoriya found things to be both positively and negatively interesting after visiting the retired pro-hero Valhalla. Mei Hatsume returned the following week to show off a number of her adorable babies, as both parties had promised. In addition to what Izuku requested, they also provided additional sources of inspiration. One of her initial creations was a set of magnetic gauntlets that would draw the shield to Izuku if he couldn't reach it quickly enough. Although the word, designed, was used, the gauntlet's actual function was to draw him almost every magnetic object within their sphere of influence. All Might permitted a demonstration because they were interested in seeing what Mei had produced. When he saw a microwave and a toaster fly at Izuku, he later came to regret that choice. Fortunately, he managed to avoid them in time, but the oil drum was hidden from view until it struck him from behind. After the test, there were no serious injuries, but Mei was not deterred in the least. "The next baby I have will work," she said. As it happened, it was a harness for the actual shield. According to Mei, it made sense for the shield to rest on Izuku's back when not in use. Izuku let Mei put it on him despite his fatigue from the initial test run of her devices. And Izuku's failure to learn from his mistakes proved to be a mistake. It worked a bit too well the instant Mei flipped the harness on. The harness somehow locked onto a buoy that was out in open water, effectively dragging Izuku all the way out, rather than drawing the shield to his back. Izuku pretended to be a submarine until he got to the buoy. Mei's biggest takeaway from the test was that her waterproofing was able to withstand even seawater. All Might shouted to Izuku that he might as well start today since he was already in the middle of training and it involved swimming laps. A part of All Might thought it was kind of funny, but another part of him thought it might be a way to prepare for the impending entrance exams. The entrance exam was somewhat standardized, but it was altered annually to prevent anyone from essentially aiding other students who were taking it in order to cheat. There were rumors that this had happened multiple times in the past, with some unsuccessful students attempting to assist others who, without the inside track, would have also failed. Regardless of their veracity, the school did modify the entrance exam appropriately, and Izuku's would undoubtedly be no exception. For this reason, he permitted Mei to meet with him once a week during Izuku's training so she could demonstrate and improve her new devices. While All Might was aware of the prerequisites for the hero course, he was largely unaware of the requirements for the support course. He was certain that he saw something in this pink-haired, hyperactive girl who had an excessive amount of imagination when it came to technology and equipment, something that practically any pro-hero would want by their side. With Izuku and Mei, All Might felt as though history was being repeated. A more optimistic aspect of history, at least. Early in his pro-hero career, he received a lot of assistance from his other former sidekick, David Shield, while studying overseas. He was a brilliant genius who created a lot of technology that many modern-day superheroes use in their work. Almost every company that produced hero support gear took note of David's solo costume design efforts. His reputation as a brilliant tech was well earned, though it may have been influenced by his previous association with the #1 symbol of peace and justice. Perhaps that was the reason he was permitting this to occur between the two. Naturally, he was experiencing a sense of nostalgia as he watched the scene between Mei Hatsume and Izuku Midoriya. However, as Valeria reminded him during their last visit, friendships like the one that was developing between the two teenagers might lead to something positive. Valeria reminded Toshinori that although he was still regarded as the world's, if not the nation's, most important symbol of justice and peace, he had recognized that the world was changing from his era to a new one by selecting a successor. Valeria made it clear to him that Toshinori could teach Izuku the lessons from those avoidable mistakes, even though she also reminded him that some mistakes were unavoidable even though they could be avoided. As All Might, Toshinori had no intention of creating an exact duplicate of himself in Izuku. In any case, ever since he discovered more about the shield Izuku had discovered as a child, he was unable to. All he knew with any degree of certainty about that shield was that it was, in every way possible, unique. Toshinori thought it might tip the scales because of what it was and what it could do. It was an X-factor that no one would see coming until it was too late, not only for the benefit of the general public and its citizens or for the evil of crimes and villains. The adolescent boy in front of him, who was giving his training his all, was the only one who could make constructive use of such an X-factor. Given that Toshinori had designed the training program to produce the best outcomes in the allotted time, it was undoubtedly amazing to watch Izuku get stronger every day while adhering to it. The fact that the girl was creating the technology and updating it using only whatever trash she could find on the beach was equally amazing, though. Toshinori realized from the sight alone that, in addition to training, creativity is frequently the best quality a pro hero can possess. If, and it was still a, if, at this point, Izuku joined UA, Izuku's sense of ingenuity would be fostered by Toshinori in the curriculum of Hai's hero course. However, it never hurts to assist someone in learning while also helping them hone their creative and imaginative techniques. However, Toshinori did have some reservations about Mei's inventiveness, or rather, her overdeveloped inventiveness. After witnessing Izuku attempt to outrun additional metal appliances that were drawn to the overpowered magnetic field that the gauntlets were producing, Toshinori had a lot of questions after witnessing 4 microwaves and at least 3 trashed filing cabinets, chasing a teenage boy on the beach. How desperate must Izuku's heart be, to begin with, to really stay ahead of metal objects that were being drawn by the magnetic field the gauntlets were producing? The pink-haired girl was just writing down some information on a little notepad she carried when Toshinori said, Mei, I appreciate the amount of effort you put into making the gear that Izuku is, well, let's just say is being more hurtful towards him than helpful at the moment, but how are you powering the magnets in the first place? Since it was beginning to get in the way of his ability to keep an eye on Izuku's training, Toshinori made the decision to refrain from using his all-might form while Izuku was training on the beach. Since she was so focused on creating super cute babies, the girl didn't seem like an all-might fan to him, but since she had been visiting the beach almost every weekend, just like Izuku and himself, it was preferable to introduce himself in this way. Oh, that's easy, Mei said, putting her notepad away and taking a tiny battery out of her backpack. A new kind of rechargeable battery hit the tech market recently. I wasn't able to get a lot of them since they are incredibly expensive, but they can actually recharge on the body's own electrical current. Mei gave the item to Toshinori, who gave it a thorough inspection. It was a rectangular cylinder that appeared to be roughly the size of a grown man's thumb and had a black and blue design. As Toshinori returned the battery to Mei, he inquired, how does the recharging work? Gotta lick the battery or what? Keep it applied to bare skin. Bare skin contact, but the recharging cycle only kicks in when the body is expending its own energy, like if you're going for a jog and such. Some quirk users that have electric abilities came up with the idea that since the human body recharges either by sleep or by food, essentially when it's at rest, then it can be applied to small batteries while the body is in full motion. I think what they expanded on was the same concept that when people go around on bicycles in the dark, that the tires spinning acts as a generator source for the lights on the bike to turn on. Mei said as she examined the battery herself before returning it to her backpack. Getting a hold of just 5 of them costed me like a year's worth of allowances, but it was worth it since the concept behind such battery technology easily helps power a lot of my super cute babies. But doesn't that tire out the body faster? If something is basically sucking up the same energy that the body is using to move, won't that mean the body will tire out that much faster during the battery's recharge cycle? Actually, I wondered that myself when I first heard of these, but after reading about them and taking one apart to see how it works internally, it's actually absorbing the surplus of energy that the body is using in such activities. Since the batteries themselves hadn't been available for purchase for at least a month, Mei chose to clarify after noticing the perplexed expression on Toshinori's face when she spoke. According to the information about the battery's development, the human body creates its own energy to do whatever it is you're doing, from mundane tasks to things that require everything you got. But the more effort you put into a task, the more adrenaline the body creates, which in turn makes the heart pump faster and more oxygen needed for the lungs. But the body's pain receptors also limit what the body can do, a safety measure of sorts. According to the studies of the human body, because of said pain receptors, you're actually only using at best 75% of your full strength, and not even for the full length of time. You'll start out at 75, but then you'll slowly lose it even if you take a break to catch your second wind. Upon hearing that, Toshinori's mind began to light up. So the 25% that's not being tapped into is instead used to recharge the batteries. Correct. Mei grinned as she said it. If that was really how the batteries operated, Toshinori thought it made a lot of sense. He hasn't been able to fully utilize the one for all quirk since his battle with it all those years ago. If the situation was severe enough and only lasted a short while, his body might be able to handle it. The slime villain, whom he defeated with a punch, was the most recent example, but he also caused a brief storm. Overall, though, he was unable to use it as previously, which meant that a lot of his energy was no longer being used. Furthermore, even with peculiarities, the average limitations on the human body's capabilities were determined by what the pain receptors permitted. He turned to face Izuku, who was running to a nearby rock on the beach to hide from the flying death metal object. This made sense, and it also raised a question that Toshinori hadn't considered before. He glanced back at Mei and looked at the girl in a very curious way. Tell me, while making this tech for Izuku, you're not also using him as means to power up your own versions of those kinds of batteries, are you? At the question, Mei abruptly became sheepish and attempted to dismiss it with a laugh. When Mei didn't respond, Toshinori narrowed his eyes, but he needed her silence anyhow. Look, I'll make a deal with you. If you want Izuku's help to power up those batteries of yours, I can convince him to do so. Mei abruptly turned to face Toshinori after having her head tilted to the side. Her expression was primarily one of surprise with a hint of hope. Toshinori signaled that he wasn't finished talking by raising a hand to cut off Mei's incoming reply. I also won't tell Izuku that you were using him as such, but that is on the condition that if you want to continue to help him, do so earnestly and honestly. Mei exclaimed, "Oh, I will," with a great deal more zeal than Toshinori had previously witnessed her use. Do you understand what I meant? Mei was somewhat taken aback by that. She had believed she understood the man's question. She thought the request was straightforward enough. It was Toshinori's turn to provide some clarification. Izuku Midoriya is trying to get into the UA High Heroes course and I'm doing what I can to help him pass the entrance exam. I'm not asking you to do all that you can to ensure he gets into UA High since you also said you wanted to attend the same school but for the support course. What I'm asking of you is to help a fellow student as he is a fellow student who is also helping you. I don't think you'll be in the same classes in UA High, but I can see the two of you helping each other out in more ways than most might think. What was said to Mei left her somewhat perplexed. She needed to enroll in and graduate from UA in order to fulfill her ambitions of creating all the technology she had in her head and even in her own dreams. She was high, but she didn't give much thought to the possibility of developing a relationship with someone else who would also attempt to enroll in the same school. Izuku had, of course, stated that he was attempting to enter UA High. But the only thing that truly occurred to her was that perhaps she had a test subject of some sort to aid in the development of some of the technology she created. She came all the way out here to the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to get around her parents' strict rules because every time she tested the technology she made on her own, the results were so outrageous that they had to be put in place. Toshinori decided to add one more piece of information to help complete the connection after realizing how confused Mei appeared to be. Look at it like this. To advertise your gear you need an active pro hero for starters. But if you make gear for a student at UA High who demonstrates it on multiple occasions, then you'll be putting the word out for your super cute babies a lot sooner than most, since many pro hero agencies actually keep an eye on students they feel have promise. You help Izuku catch the eye of any pro hero or agency. Izuku then in turns makes it so their eyes also sees what you and your gear can do. What truly clicked in Mei's mind was that kind of connection, and Toshinori could see it in her eyes. Toshinori reminded her that it can work both ways much more easily than it seemed on the surface, but he was unaware that was what Mei had been doing from the beginning. Oh, we'll both get into UA High without fail, Mei told Toshinori, grinning her widest yet. As she made sure the appliances were no longer pursuing him, she returned her attention to Izuku, who was slowly emerging from behind the rock. Even if I have to build a super cute baby to throw Zuzu over the walls and into the heart of the school myself. In fact, Toshinori was concerned about that. Such a statement would be just that, a statement, if he had no doubts about it. However, he had already pictured Mei building a sort of catapult with Izuku in the basket, firing him into the air, and somehow he would end up flying straight into the blue sky and never coming back. Additionally, a memorial titled, "The Last Known Sighting of Zuzu the Green-Haired Comet," would be read at the site of the catapult. Toshinori turned back to Izuku and called out to them after saying to Mei, "First things first." Toshinori made the decision to clarify the terms of the agreement between the two teenagers when Izuku arrived. He was able to remind the pink-haired girl not to use Izuku Midoriya in that manner again and avoid giving the boy the impression that he had been primarily used as a test subject for the duration of his acquaintance with Mei Hatsume. When Toshinori glanced at Mei, Izuku was a little intrigued, but he didn't give it any further thought. Given that Toshinori had hinted that Mei would now be a part of the training regimen, he did wonder if this new arrangement would require any changes to the one he has been following. Toshinori continued by explaining the batteries Mei had made and was using in her tech and how Izuku was actually charging them up, but she made it clear that this was something Mei only happened upon and that Izuku was not essentially being used as a portable generator. There won't be that much of a change. In fact, some of the exercise that you've been doing will actually help her. Izuku trusted what he was told and realized that he would be assisting Mei, who would then be more committed to assisting Izuku. Following the clarification of the situation, Toshinori reminded Izuku that he was lagging behind in his training regimen and instructed him to accelerate in order to catch up. That was enough motivation for Izuku to begin moving more trash, but this time he wasn't concerned about avoiding flying metal of all shapes and sizes. Gazing back at Mei, Toshinori inquired if she intended to continue returning here every weekend as she had been doing. "Oh, I definitely will. I got all the notes I needed to modify the gauntlets to be more selective in how they work. The one thing I wanted to narrow on today was the effect of both ferrous and non-ferrous metals." Since he had not had to apply the scientific side of his knowledge for a long time, Toshinori asked, isn't the effect on non-ferrous metals just mean no magnets or magnetic fields will affect them?" "Well, yeah. But I wanted to see if the magnetic field created by the gauntlets would only attract the ferrous metals. In short, I wanted to see if the magnetic field would be strong enough or precise enough or even both to where only what can be attracted by magnetic fields are truly affected." Seeing only the microwaves in the file cabinets go after Izuku showed that since he ran past a pile of trash that easily had other just mini items that had as much magnetic materials on them. Making a directional magnetic effect isn't easy since most magnets tend to be omnidirectional. Mei retrieved her notepad from her backpack and quickly went over the notes she had made, flipping through the pages. Did Mei scribble something out and write something different in its place when she got to the last page she had written in? Mei wrote down the thought that came to her more quickly than Toshinori's eyes could follow. "Now that I think about it, even a directional magnetic field leaves too much to chance in an urban environment." "Oh, I know, magnetic pairs," she said, mainly to herself. In fact, he questioned whether she was writing quickly enough to prevent the speed friction from setting her pencil and paper on fire. Since it's a shield, then will either be on Zuzu's arms or his back, then outfitting the shield with one kind of magnet polarity and his harness and gauntlets fitted with the opposite magnetic polarity, both pairs specifically made to be only attuned to the other half. It would ensure not only to be personal but the chances of the tech being interfered with outside magnetic fields will be reduced. Since all Toshinori currently knew about magnets was that opposite poles attract and similar poles repel, he wasn't going to ask Mei how she intended to create particular magnetic fields. It would have to be a kind of magnetic pulse since a constant effect would drain the power source fast and it would still have to be stronger than the MRI scanners in that brief moment the tech is activated. After giving it some thought, Mei's expression abruptly revealed how strongly she was inspired. "That's it. Yes. That can work," Mei repeated to herself as she drew a rough mental sketch of her idea. What? What is it? What can work?" Mei showed Toshinori a crude drawing of what appeared to be a human torso in the middle of one of the notepad's pages before he had to wait long for a response. Mei exclaimed, "A jacket," and then went back to writing notes on the page. It would be easier to weave the gauntlets and the back harness into a jacket and make it so the power source for all 3 points to be interwoven into the jacket itself while it has direct skin contact to the wearer, which would allow it to recharge virtually any time. Not only that, but the frame of the jacket itself, it could actually be reinforced that would easily make it bulletproof. The thought that came to Mei astounded Toshinori. He assumed that once Izuku mastered One for All, he wouldn't have to worry about it either, even though he never really had to worry about any villain using a gun of any kind against him because most of the villains he faced only used their own peculiarities against him. However, Mei's suggestion to add additional safety made a lot of sense from a practical standpoint. Toshinori didn't think of anything else until that thought crossed his mind. His overall size and shape changed to almost double what they were before his master, Nanashimura, gave him One for All. He soon discovered how much of a hassle it was that any clothes he owned that fit his original form instantly tore apart when he changed forms, forcing him to wear loose-fitting apparel most of the time, including his previous hero costumes. Wearing such loose clothing was a hassle in and of itself, but it was unquestionably less expensive than replacing everything. Although there was clothing available today that could easily stretch and shrink if a person had a peculiarity that caused their size to change, there was very little demand for it and it was extremely costly. Izuku had been informed by Toshinori that he was undergoing training to prepare his body to withstand the power that One for All would bestow upon him. The statement that Izuku's limbs would shoot off his body if he attempted to use One for All, which he now possessed, was actually an understatement. He failed to warn the teenager that if he unintentionally used the One for All sneeze reflex, he might end up blowing so much air at someone that they could be killed or seriously injured. Or that he could actually sneeze his tongue and teeth out of his mouth. Or instantly inhale more air than his lungs could hold, causing them to burst in his chest, or transform into an air bomb of some sort. Or simultaneously all of the above. When Izuku was ready to inherit One for All of that was related to the idea he had, or rather, hadn't thought of. When in his All Might form, would Izuku Midoriya be able to alter the general shape of his body to resemble Toshinori? According to Nana Shimura's explanation of how the power within him operated, each previous quirk user would enhance it before passing it on, and the subsequent user would do the same. Without a doubt, the quirk's power, or at the very least, its strength, was enhanced when he inherited it, but Toshinori was shocked to discover that his late master had never had an alternate form like his own. He remembered that she had a well-built body, so perhaps that was her natural form. Toshinori also seemed to have improved the quirk in a way that made the transformation he could perform an ability when he inherited One for All. To optimize the potential of the body, or at the very least, his own body. Since his master had already trained her own body to be at its best when she inherited it, there was still a chance that the previous inheritors of One for All before Nana Shimura could change their physical form in the same way that he could. Only his master never used it. He found that to be the most logical explanation, and the only way to properly address this specific query was to observe what transpired when Izuku's turn to inherit One for All came. After Mei ran up to Izuku and spoke to him, Toshinori watched as she began rubbing her hands all over his upper body. He was able to hear the girl explain that she was measuring Izuku's body because all of the training he had been doing might have altered her initial impression of him. Toshinori found it humorous to watch a teenage boy freeze like a statue while a pretty girl patted him all over his upper torso. What Izuku could and would do with the quirk would only become clear with time, but for now, it was important to make sure he was healthy enough to accept the gift. The easiest weekend Izuku had was pretty much over. Toshinori made the decision to boost Izuku's training in order to make up for the time he felt had been lost as a result of Mei using him as her own crash test dummy on the weekends. She continued to come over on the weekends when Toshinori kept an eye on Izuku while he cleaned up the beach. She claimed that a large portion of the wiring in the different discarded appliances that Izuku relocated was still in good enough condition to be used again for her equipment and builds. Many of the parts Mei salvaged from the trash heaps were in better functioning condition than what would warrant their disposal, she said. The amount of money she would have to pay just to get half of the items she found at a store alone was already ridiculous, so she actually expressed her relief that there weren't many repair shops for household tech in the area. On one occasion, Toshinori asked absently how much it would cost her to purchase some of the items she had discovered at a store, and he responded by spat out an absurd amount of blood at the absurd quantity Mei had displayed to him. That was not even included in the annual budget of the majority of pro-hero organizations that Toshinori was aware of. The only good that resulted from that information was that Mei's actions strengthened Toshinori's conviction that she would make a remarkable inventor. Toshinori even thought about calling his friend David Shield to arrange a meeting with Mei and ask him for a recommendation letter. She earned that much just by working hard. Izuku found that juggling training and schoolwork taxed him in ways he wasn't even aware of. It was understandably challenging for him to stay awake enough during his school days to absorb the lessons the teachers were teaching because the days started to blend together. Naturally, everyone assumed that Izuku, the school's quirkless wonder, spent all of his time at night playing out hero fantasies and continuing to ignore reality because he was unable to explain to anyone why he was so exhausted most of the time. With the exception of the first few days of training, his academic performance didn't significantly suffer. Izuku was able to prevent both workloads from becoming too much for him once he settled into the routine of training and schoolwork. Izuku did observe one thing that didn't seem appropriate for Aldera Junior High. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't spending as much time with him as he usually did. Izuku did speculate that Bakugo might have had a revelation while being held captive by that slime villain and made the decision to take his ambition of joining the UA more seriously. Which might have made Bakugo's regular abuse and taunts directed at Izuku seem less significant and likely to be forgotten. However, that chance was eliminated the moment a teacher had to inquire about the number of students who would actually apply to UA High because a second practice exam was scheduled to be administered in reaction to the modification in the way that student applications were received. In reality, the mock exam was a government census designed to determine the number of students who expressed interest in applying and to identify those who could. Izuku raised his hand to indicate that he was still willing to enter into UA. The entire class was informed by High Katsuki Bakugo that he was eager to destroy Izuku for even considering applying seriously to UA Elevated. It was left open-ended enough that there was a good chance that either of the two subliminal messages, that he would crush Izuku in the entrance exam or simply crush him in general, would occur soon. The students either concurred with Bakugo's remarks or made remarks that UA since Deku the Quirkless Wonder would serve as a warning that you need a quirk to even have a chance of becoming a pro-hero. High would have reconsidered allowing students without quirks to take the entrance exam. Because Izuku lacked a quirk that would have saved his life, those students imagined scenarios in which he would either die horribly, unintentionally, or humorously. He was more than motivated to finish the training All Might had given him after hearing that. However, the night after hearing those kinds of remarks in class, Izuku lay awake in bed thinking about something he had never really given much thought to before. Perhaps he asked himself the question once and has since forgotten about it. For obvious reasons, he was dubbed the Quirkless Wonder, but if he passed the entrance exam and enrolled in the Hero's course, was it due to his own uniqueness or to the quirk that All Might would grant him? Even after All Might became a pro hero, Izuku continued to admire him for everything he had accomplished. In fact, his mere presence reduced crime in the city where he was rumored to be. On the one hand, a quirk can only do what its owner wills it to do. Therefore, All Might had to take action on his own initiative to become the most powerful symbol of justice and peace, and his quirk certainly didn't help him in any way. Rather than the quirk, All Might did what he did because it was in his heart. However, the opposing viewpoint made it abundantly evident that the quirk One for All was necessary for All Might to become All Might. All Might would not have existed if someone else had been selected instead of him, granting him the quirk One for All. The fact that Izuku never once heard of a pro-hero who could be regarded as a pre-All Might type of person gave that idea more credence. Of course, there were superheroes who displayed superhuman strength, but none of them inspired others the way All Might has and still does. Izuku's focus was drawn to the red, blue, and white star-colored shield in his room as a result of those two primary arguments. Izuku had the impression that his knowledge of the shield was insufficient to fully comprehend its true nature when the pro-hero Valhalla affirmed that it was unlike anything else in the world. He was still deeply convinced that there was a reason why he had made a wish that night and subsequently located the shield in the forest. Although Izuku was unsure of the precise cause, it was there. The scene he saw, which Valhalla claimed was a memory that was a component of the shield, was then replayed in his mind. A man who uses it to spearhead an assault on an enemy military force. The shield was a tool, to be sure, but just as a quirk cannot accomplish anything without the will of the person using it, neither can a tool. Izuku recalled All Might telling him that he was certain the shield had lessons to teach, and in some ways, it seemed like he was learning one of them at the moment. One for All, according to All Might, is a quirk that is passed down from person to person like a sacred torch. With that in mind, a connection appeared that was so clear that Izuku was shocked that he hadn't noticed it earlier. A torch to illuminate the path in the dark, because they would recall what he said when he first appeared, "Fear not, citizens, for hope has arrived, because I am here." All Might's bold smile would also cheer the hearts of the people. A shield to protect the populace from threats concealed in the shadows. Just the sight of the shield would warn anyone who wanted to harm the defenseless that they had to pass through it before they could even consider passing the person holding it. Although the quirk and the shield were tools, their application was determined by the user's will. That realization appeared to relieve Izuku of a great deal of burden that he was unaware he was bearing. He still aspired to be like All Might, to remind people that there was still hope in the world and to inspire them with a bold smile. However, he came to the realization that only All Might could be All Might, and that in order for him to be a pro-hero in his own right, he would need to be both better and different. Such thoughts typically give someone the impression that they are taking on obligations they were unaware of, but for Izuku, this was not the case. The idea that his quirk could not be passed down with the mantle of All Might was one that Izuku knew he ought to have considered earlier. There was never any doubt in Izuku's mind that he could learn a great deal from All Might. However, since no one trained All Might to be like All Might wasn't preparing him to be the next All Might. He was being prepared by All Might to become One for All's heir. Following that realization, his mind was filled with a flurry of ideas. There were a lot of things that were clear to think about now but were in the past only vaguely present in the back of his mind, never even given a second's thought. Izuku didn't worry about how to manage his training and schoolwork again after that night. Izuku's body did exhibit a nearly constant state of exhaustion, but his heart, mind, and even soul never felt more renewed. Izuku was able to surpass his training schedule while cleaning up the beach thanks to that energy boost. All Might had planned that it would take him 10 months to be physically prepared to accept the quirk One for All, but Izuku was able to do so with at least a week left. Even though Toshinori didn't anticipate seeing such a sight so early in the morning, it was still worth seeing, particularly in the early morning light. It appeared that this section was never used as a dumping site at all, including the portion outside of the area he had marked out for Izuku to easily clear. Furthermore, Toshinori was reminded by Izuku's triumphant roar that the boy he had selected to succeed him had the will to be the next inheritor of One for All like never before. All Might walked up to Izuku, who was sitting on the beach itself, trying to keep from passing out from the exhaustion feeling that had a vice grip on him. "I gotta admit, when I first made the aim to pass American Dream plan, I did think that it might be too much for you to handle. It might have been easier had the plan been designed to follow a full year instead of 10 months, but you've shown me that you have more than just spirit and heart. Only someone with the kind of drive you have shown could have handled what I basically threw at you. All Might retrieved his smartphone from his coat pocket and displayed a photo he had taken of Izuku at the beginning of the training regimen. Even though you weren't entirely scrawny for a fanboy when we first met, your past self definitely wouldn't recognize your current self now. Despite his fatigue, Izuku was still able to see the photo of himself taken at the beginning of his training. Izuku found it difficult to believe what all of that effort had truly achieved when he looked down at his own hands. You finished one journey, and even though you still got a long way ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set, you've proven on this day alone that you won't lose a single step in the next journey. The teenage boy continued to be in awe of his accomplishments in just 10 months. There was a tiny part of him that expressed skepticism despite the reality of his achievement being all around him. He believed he had resolved the doubt some time ago, but it seemed to make a final appearance in his thoughts today. When All Might heard Izuku say, "All Might, are you sure I deserve this?" he was taken aback. "You put so much time and energy into helping me, I can't help but feel that an unimaginable amount of luck was with me the entire time. And if it is luck, does it mean that I'm still worthy?" Ha ha ha. All Might couldn't contain his laughter. After all this time, you're actually still worried about that? Even if a luck had some part to play in all of this, what you did was still pure hard work, and luck cannot affect that in the slightest. With a series of hand gestures, All Might instructed Izuku to scan the entire beach and take in what he had done. In a way, you're the luck this beach needed, because only someone who was willing to do all that hard work to clean it up could have accomplished it. All Might allowed Izuku to process what he had said, to help clear his mind of any doubts that might still be there. Long ago, the pro hero had resolved all of his reservations about Izuku being One for All's next successor. With his actions alone, he demonstrated every day that he would always go above and beyond to achieve whatever goal he set for himself or that was required of him. He pondered absently whether this was how his master, Nana Shimura, felt about selecting him to be her heir. However, that is now the past, and Izuku's journey to become a pro hero begins. All Might reached up to Izuku Midoriya's head and plucked out a single strand of blonde hair, saying, "Now, Izuku Midoriya, time for your reward. Someone told me this important truth once, about the difference between someone who is lucky and who is deserving. One is an accident and the other is a reward. Never get the two concepts confused." Izuku heard what his hero idol had to say to him. Take it to heart and remember that you earned this gift through your own valiant efforts. Uncertain of why All Might was holding a single strand of his hair, Izuku's gaze was fixed intently on what was in his finger. Unfortunately, when he heard All Might's next words, his confusion multiplied tenfold. "Now, eat this." After saying that to Izuku, All Might realized too late that he had neglected to explain to him what was necessary in order for Izuku to inherit the power of One for All. To inherit the power of One for All, you gotta swallow the DNA of the current possessor. I know it's incredibly strange sounding, but that's how it works. Izuku had forgotten the number of situations in which All Might would give him his power. This isn't exactly how I imagined this. Some of them included a straightforward handshake or perhaps even an odd tattoo that would serve as a conduit for the power to enter him. He even pictured a situation in which he would have to punch All Might simultaneously with the pro hero, and when their fists collided, the power would be transferred. After all the effort the teenager put into his training, this bit of information seemed anticlimactic. In actuality, it was somewhat embarrassing for All Might in this way. He had to do the same when it came time for him to inherit the power, and it still seemed so strange that he had to eat his late master's hair. It didn't matter if it was just one hair, but the only true silver lining was that his master at least selected one hair for the DNA portion of the transference method. All Might became more embarrassed as Izuku refused to take the hair from him. "Look, we got less than a week to get you ready for the entrance exam, and every minute you don't eat this hair is a minute lost in training, so eat it, eat," they said. All Might would have thought of pushing the hair into the teen's mouth to finish this part if it weren't for the quirk One for All, which can only be passed on if the next chosen possessor voluntarily accepted it. Izuku eventually swallowed the hair strand after accepting it. According to All Might, Izuku would be able to use the quirk after his body had had time to process it. The formidable pro-hero made it apparent that he was not informed whether the transfer happened instantly or if the new user needed some time to get used to the quirk. He also kept the fact that he was incredibly relieved that there was still so much time before the UA entrance exam from Izuku. Elevated. He wasn't lying when he said that it would be risky, if not outright lethal, if Izuku attempted to use the One for All power 10 months prior. He didn't want to worry Izuku, though, because the teen would only be able to use one for all at either 0 or 100% right now. Izuku would still almost certainly suffer severe injuries the moment he used the quirk during the entrance exam based just on that fact. All Might made the decision to start teaching Izuku how to use one for all after he thought that enough time had passed. All Might reverted to his muscular form prior to saying, "Alright, first things first, Izuku. The quirk inside of you has now made it so your body is overflowing with power. Think of it as a glass cup that has water in it and the glass is filled to the absolute brim. You may not feel it right now, but when you use it, you will." Izuku listened to the words and then checked himself to see if he could sense the quirk. All Might intervened just as he was about to test it by doing something easy like leaping into the air. "You might want to hold on for a minute because right now, you're either going to use your quirk at maximum or not at all. I'm sure you remember how a lot of the other kids you saw growing up with their own quirks had to develop it so they either don't accidentally use them or control them so no problems happened when they weren't paying full attention to them." Izuku was reminded of the time when Katsuki Bakugo's quirk first appeared and he began flaunting himself everywhere when he was told that almost everything that Bakugo's hands touched in the beginning was either scarred or mildly burned by the tiny explosions that initially seemed to occur at random. Realistically, the other students in his class who shared his peculiarities most likely struggled with control, a problem that they honed over the years. Someone interrupted All Might by shouting out the only name she used to identify Izuku: Midoriya, saying, "Control over your quirk isn't going to happen overnight, especially if you activate it on instinct for the first time. What you want to do for starters is Zuzu. Glad you're here. I finished it." Izuku and All Might turned to see Mei Hatsume running toward them while carrying a rather bulky backpack. As she dashed toward the two, she paused to catch her breath before confronting Izuku directly. Mei exclaimed, "It took me until a few hours ago, but I managed to finish it," with her usual zeal. She took two things she had been carrying with her and reached into her backpack. The first was the shield, which Mei had requested Izuku borrow last week so she could complete the last adjustments she had intended to make to the second item she took out, a black jacket. Since he still didn't know Mei's residence after all this time, Izuku had been a little reluctant to lend her the shield. Or anything significant about her other than the fact that she was almost a tech and gadget whiz. However, her enthusiasm for being an inventor was too great to be disregarded. Additionally, the adolescent boy found it odd that he was unable to refuse the adolescent girl's requests whenever she approached Izuku in such a close manner as she did now. This was because his general anxiety around people of the opposite sex had somewhat improved over time, but not enough to allow his reason and logic to work as intended. That's when Izuku realized he hadn't put his shirt back on after taking it off a while ago to prevent it from becoming too wet with perspiration. Mei held up the Mark 14 shield jacket in front of Izuku's face and exclaimed, "Say hello to my latest super cute baby, the Mark 14 shield jacket." When he saw that Mei had carried out her next stage of changes precisely as she had promised, it was enough to activate his reasoning and logic centers. Mei's idea to create a jacket with mesh on the back to secure the shield in place and magnetic sleeves in place of gauntlets had undergone numerous iterations. The initial iteration was a little too similar to the jacket that hikers wear when ascending a mountainside. The question of how Mei obtained a straight jacket in the first place arose because the second version might as well have been an actual one. All she could say was, "Don't worry about it." Mei gradually made a number of changes that ultimately resulted in what might have been the slimmest version to date, with the internal wiring for the batteries and magnetic components better integrated into the jacket itself. This version, at least, did not require him to wear a battery belt and connect it to the jacket. He certainly could have avoided the experience of being electrocuted that day. When he got home that day, it was also difficult to explain to his mother why she smelled like burnt hair. Or the 10 other occasions during the months. "Well, what are you waiting for? Put it on, Zuzu." As Izuku asked, "How many times do I have to say that my name isn't Zuzu?" He had to remind himself that this was not the first 100 times he had asked Mei this specific question. The number of times he heard the teenager say that line was so frequent that even All Might lost count. "Don't know, don't care. Put it on." Izuku put on the jacket and stretched his arms a few times to get a sense of how the garment fit his torso, realizing that there was no point in attempting to get Mei to change. Izuku could feel the additional weight, which clearly indicated that this was no typical jacket. It wasn't too tight or loose. When Toshinori saw the jacket on Izuku, he thought that Izuku was wearing the type of jacket he had seen American motorcycle gangs wore, with the exception of a few minor adjustments that could be made later. The ones with sleeves, anyway. Izuku asked Mei how to turn on the magnetic features this time after he was certain it fit. She had attempted to create a voice activation model. Unfortunately, it was difficult to make it workable because the word magnetize itself was a dead giveaway. In the midst of combat, whether it was one-on-one or against multiple opponents, Toshinori made it apparent that someone might eventually realize that a word calls the shield to Izuku and use it to their advantage. Mei then concentrated on a type of muscle flex activation after that was abandoned. It wasn't difficult to make it so that Izuku's forearm flexed in the way one would while holding onto something like a shield, activating the technology that controlled the magnetic effect. This was because the batteries that powered the magnetic gear inside the jacket required direct skin contact. Mei didn't have any trouble modifying the batteries to also function as seigneurs, at least simple ones. The only drawback for Izuku was another round of electrical shocks. Okay. It's on. What do I do next? Izuku knew it was a fairly obvious question, but Mei had a tendency to forget what she had done half the time when she made any kind of changes to, well, anything, and the other half expected the person to know exactly what she had done. Flaunting a broad smile, Mei grabbed the shield and gave it to Toshinori. Throw it. When the young inventor gave him the order, Toshinori felt anxious. Where exactly? He asked to himself. At Zuzu. Before silently agreeing to follow instructions, Izuku and Toshinori exchanged anxious and inquisitive glances. Given that they both agreed to put an end to the looming catastrophe and that Izuku had been given one for all, it would be beneficial for the teenager to witness it in action while it is under his control. Izuku jogged briefly to put some distance between himself and the other two. Izuku wasn't particularly concerned about the pain of getting struck by the shield because he knew that All Might wouldn't throw it at him as forcefully as he could. This time, Mei remembered to give the directions before her most recent creation was put into action. Now, when he throws the shield at you, flex an arm like you have the shield on that arm, she yelled. Izuku signaled to his hero idol that he was as prepared as he would ever be in this circumstance. Taking aim with the shield, Toshinori threw it as hard as he could with his current form after nodding. He was still in awe of how light the shield felt in his hands and how simple it was to throw. Izuku braced his body and used his right arm as the selected test method as soon as the shield left Toshinori's hands. Izuku flexed his right forearm as Mei instructed him to do so, sensing a faint current in the same spot on the right sleeve of the jacket. As though he were actually holding onto the shield, he held his arm in front of him. A particular thought would not have occurred to him at the precise moment when Izuku shifted his arm from in front of his chest to extending outward to the right, if it weren't for all the trials and errors of earlier tests with Mei's prior, super cute babies. That thought was brought on by all the instances Izuku instantly recalled in which he had activated the magnetic field and had either been dragged across the ground or struck by flying metal. The likelihood that the shield would strike his chest was too high to overlook, and All Might had just hurled it at him. But that thought gave way to another. A few broken ribs but an outstretched arm could have been the worst outcome if the shield had struck him in the chest. Izuku realized that when the magnetic effect grabbed onto his arm, he had essentially stuck it out, likely to have it severed by the shield. It was too late to alter his mind, let alone his arm's position. Izuku had no choice but to grit his teeth, close his eyes, and wait for the inevitable. His arm felt heavier than it had been a minute before he felt something hit it. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his right arm, but he did so very cautiously. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle in relief that the jacket's purpose had been accomplished, that his arm was still attached, and that the shield was on it. Despite her excitement, Mei knew her invention would succeed, or rather, she had already persuaded herself that this time it would go perfectly. A breath that Toshinori had been holding since he threw the shield at Izuku was released. The jacket made him think twice about anything Mei called a super cute baby, because of everything that had happened in the earlier iterations, but this time he realized that thought was gone. I knew it. I knew it. It worked just as I wanted it, Mei exclaimed, leaping to her feet with excitement before sprinting towards Izuku. I figured out the main issue about the relationship between the magnetic field and the shield. Izuku removed the shield from his arm and grasped it by its handle, asking, "Is that why you wanted to borrow it?" Mei removed the shield from Izuku's grasp and then rotated it so that he could see the inside of it. Yeah, I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working, why the magnetic field didn't fully affect the shield. I added a kind of coating on the interior of the shield. That why when the shield is called by the jacket, it will be this side that is attracted and the outside of the shield will face forward. Toshinori approached the two and inquired, "But what kind of coating and why did you have to add it?" He was suspicious of the motivation behind Mei's actions. Well, like you asked, I did what I could to figure out the elements of the shield, but I don't have a lot of means to test out metallic properties. But what I did manage to test. Well, The results both made and didn't make any sense, Mei replied. Asked. Izuku looked to All Might for an explanation after becoming intrigued by Mei's statement. Izuku accepted Toshinori's response, saying, I asked her if she could do a kind of metallurgic analysis on the shield. Basically see if she could tell us what the shield was made of. He realized that, in all the time that Mei had been with them, he had never once asked her to examine the shield and determine whether there was anything else that could be learned from it. Valhalla informed them both that there were two aspects of the shield that shouldn't be in their world when she applied her soul sense quirk to it. Even though it wasn't a thorough analysis of the shield, it was at least a beginning, and Toshinori reasoned that there was a possibility Mei might discover something that would provide a more accurate hint. Toshinori and Izuku both turned to face Mei and waited for her to speak. All I can say is that what I've learned is both good news and bad news. For starters, I was able to learn that there are 3 distinct metals that make up the shield. My teacher was able to help me out in finding that bit of information, but that's where the good news ends. That's it? Nothing else? Toshinori was hoping for something more than a simple reminder of what Valeria had told them, but not a revelation that would rock their world. Aside from the straps and the paint on the shield, which are all normal stuff you can find anywhere, the shield has 3 different and distinct metals within it. Mei returned the shield to Izuku, allowing her to retrieve the notepad into her backpack and write down all the information she and her teacher had discovered after examining the item. She turned a number of pages until she located the ones she was seeking. Ah, here it is. According to what the results say, the 3 elements that make up the shield are metallic in nature, but there's nothing that closely resembles what makes up of each of the metals anywhere on the periodic table of elements. No combination or permutations of literally all known elements comes close to any of the 3. Mei read the information's key points from the pages, but she noticed something she had initially overlooked. Actually, I take back some of the things for at least one of the metals. My teacher said that while it still doesn't match anything known to science, it does at least look to be artificial when compared to the other 2. And that's basically the bad news. Toshinori and Izuku both gazed at the shield with obvious bewilderment, which said a lot about them both given how perplexed they were about the shield in the first place. You guys got the same look on your faces that my teacher had after he ran the tests on that shield 3 times and the results kept saying, unknown. He even went so far as to say that there were 2 logical explanations for it. That it either was affected by someone's quirk, which is why none of the tests came make heads or tails about it, or it literally fell out of the sky. Mei continued but noticed that Izuku was flinching part where she said that it had fallen from the sky. Toshinori said, mainly to himself, I guess I can see why that would be considered a kind of bad news type of information. Then he recalled something Mei had said. Wait. You said that the shield is made of 3 kinds of metals and one of the metals is artificial? Oh yeah, and strangely enough, that actually confused my teacher even more. How so? Izuku inquired, echoing All Might's interest. Glancing back at her notebook, she located the page containing the response to Izuku's query. My teacher said that when bonding metals together, the overall process that makes it so that the 2 or more metals basically reinforce the other is always distinct. He said it's close to like welding and how there are 3 types that are used. Gas, electric and blasting. Blasting? Izuku had never heard of blasting metals together, but he had seen enough movies where the first 2 Mei mentioned were used when someone was cutting or fusing metals together. Yeah. That kind of welding isn't used except in special circumstances and conditions. Like the high-power electrical wiring that's used in continental power lines. They can't just be welded together, so they blast fused together, and that's what he says it looks like to him on how that one metal was put together. Both Toshinori and Izuku had the mental image of someone essentially creating an explosion to transform the shield into its current form using the 3 different metals. Given what they already knew about the shield, it also made some sense, despite how absurd it might have been to even entertain the idea. Mei Hatsume provided Toshinori with a limited amount of information, but at least it gave him a general idea of where to look for additional information about the shield. With what he had just discovered, even Izuku shared this opinion. At least it provided Izuku with an answer to one of his questions regarding the shield. The amount of time he would need to spend learning all the answers. Izuku shifted the topic to what Mei had done to the shield itself, setting aside that portion of the shield's background for another time. By the way, what did you do to the shield that made it so the magnetic field affects only one side? All the other times had the same result where no matter what we did the shield was pulled entirely and not selectively like now. Mei exclaimed, that's all thanks to the coating I put on the other side of the shield, before yanking the shield from Izuku's grasp and turning it so that Toshinori and Izuku could both see the inside of it. The coating that I put on the inside is a mixture of plastic and magnetic elements, or actually half of the magnetic element with the other half being in the jacket itself. A faint shimmering effect was visible on the inside of the shield when Izuku looked at it. When Izuku looked more closely, he could see that metallic objects were the source of the sparkle effect. Mei was asked by Toshinori to elaborate on her use of the phrase, half and half of magnetic elements. The shield itself is somewhat magnetic, but nothing than an omnidirectional magnetic field would affect it. So I thought, what if instead of magnetizing the shield, why not magnetize something that's part of the shield but has a much stronger reaction to a magnetic field? And that's where I made a kind of spray that uses a kind of resin with polar opposite elements. That way, when the magnetic field on the jacket is activated, it has the best chance of making a connection to the shield with the minimal amount of outside interference. It was surprising to learn that the adolescent girl had created something that wasn't mechanical. Mei was obviously a talented and creative engineer, but it was now evident that her inventive abilities covered every facet of science and technology, or all the technology and science she can find in piles of trash. As Izuku lightly touched the resin coating on the inside of the shield to get a better feel, he asked, "Is the coating of resin permanent?" Before she started writing down some ideas for improvements or a complete redesign, Mei stated, "So far. But I'm guessing it will be about as permanent as the paint job on the front of the shield. Eventually, wear and tear will require a new coat to be applied, but before that happens, I'll have perfected a new super cute baby that can do the job of the jacket with half the power and twice the distance." When Mei remembered something, she stopped speaking in the middle of her sentence. She turned back a few pages and located the relevant details. "By the way, turns out that shield seems to be able to disperse heat a lot faster than most metals. My teacher took a cutting torch to it, and for a couple of minutes, nothing happened except all he managed to do was simply burn some of the paint off of it." Mei said that part in a casual way so she wouldn't notice the reaction she elicited from Toshinori and Izuku. Izuku was startled to learn that and started frantically examining the shield to determine which areas were exposed to a cutting torch. His only real observation was that the paint was slightly brighter than it had been before he let Mei use it. Izuku asked, still examining both sides of the shield and finding nothing that even vaguely suggested a burn mark on the metal surface, "Where did your teacher use the torch?" Without even looking up from her notepad, Mei responded, "He tried on the side of it but then went straight to the star in the center while keeping the torch on the surface the entire time." Izuku and Toshinori both examined the shield's surface, but neither of them noticed anything that would suggest a high heat flame had been applied to the metal. Before turning to face the girl, Toshinori said, "You've got to be kidding us, Mei. I don't see a single mark that says a cutting torch was ever used on it." His eyes widened in shock at what he saw. "Where were you hiding that?" Mei somehow brought a portable gas cutting torch with her, which Izuku also found unbelievable. The type of cutting torch the girl was holding took Toshinori a moment to identify. It was the type designed to cut metal underwater, so it could reach temperatures of at least 1000 degrees Celsius. The girl was clearly going to use the torch in her hand right now based on the expression on her face as she covered her eyes with goggles. Mei removed Izuku's shield with one hand and used the cutting torch with the other, but neither Izuku nor Toshinori were quick enough to stop it. As Mei held the torch against the shield long enough to cause the paint on the shield's surface to burn off, they both did cover their eyes. Not all of it, but enough to demonstrate that the metal surface was unquestionably receiving intense heat. When she was done, Mei switched off the cutting torch and put it down so she could touch the spot where the torch had been used only a few seconds before with her bare skin hand. Toshinori and Izuku initially tried to prevent Mei from touching the metal surface with her bare hand, but when they saw she was pain-free, they stopped. Her arrogant grin was more evidence that she either had a very high pain threshold or that her statements regarding the shield were unquestionably true. With the shield and torch in hand, Mei exclaimed, "If that's not proof enough, watch this," before sprinting off the beach. After exchanging glances, the onlookers pursued her. Mei hastily set up a makeshift stand with the shield resting in the center of the trash that Izuku had cleared from the beach. Mei essentially created a makeshift hot plate by placing a candy bar on top of it and using a torch to guide the shield from the bottom. After the candy bar remained intact, Mei removed it from the shield and set it atop an arbitrary device near the trash pile to demonstrate what happens when a cutting torch is applied to it. Like the proverbial hot knife through butter, the torch instantly burned through the candy bar and the appliance's top metal section. Mei's self-satisfied grin and Izuku and Toshinori's somewhat stunned expressions were still there. Unfortunately, when they saw how heavily smoke was starting from the device Mei had used to demonstrate the high heat of the cutting torch, their respective expressions changed to ones of panic. Mei selected a paper copying machine as her test object, and it is evident that the cutting torch ignited some of the flammable components, such as the paper and ink residue that were still inside. Mei just said, "Whoops," at the sight, before approaching a nearby vending machine and obtaining a bottle of water to use in extinguishing the fire. Toshinori muttered to himself, "Well, at least she didn't set Izuku on fire this time." Izuku distinctly recalled the time of the incident and did hear what All Might had to say. Fortunately, it was simple to extinguish the fire at the beach, and Toshinori was able to gauge Izuku's running speed after so much time had passed during their training. Even though it was extremely purposeful and he was on fire, it was still a strong demonstration. Toshinori extinguished the fire and removed the torch from Mei for the moment, deciding that the information discovered about the shield would need to be further investigated at a later date. The shield either absorbed or dispersed heat more quickly than a cutting torch could generate it, which piqued his interest, but now was not the moment. It was time to concentrate on some more urgent issues, like the impending UA entrance exam. Elevated. Additionally, Toshinori decided that every waking moment would now be dedicated to helping Izuku learn how to control his new quirk and become familiar with the jacket's functions, as it appeared that this version of the jacket would not cause any unexpected problems or the typical expected problems from one of Mei's gadgets. The remainder of the day was spent helping Mei collect additional test data for any upcoming changes or potential variations of future devices, as well as allowing Izuku to become accustomed to the jacket's capabilities with the shield. For his part, Izuku was pleased with Mei's creation. He could call the shield to him from a distance of at least 10 meters. It took him longer to call the shield the farther away it was from him. The maximum distance seemed to be 20 meters. Toshinori thought that was sensible because Izuku probably wouldn't have time to call for the shield until after the battle was over if it was that far away. Izuku concurred with that assessment and believed that in order to make the shield interchangeable in the heat of combat, he would need to adopt a fighting style. Mei, for her part, wasn't particularly interested in the types of battle scenarios and theories that could be used with the shield. She merely documented every detail of Izuku's use of the jacket to control the shield before requesting permission to use it once more in order to fix the paint damage on the front. Mei mentioned in passing that she was interested in seeing how much heat could actually affect the shield itself, which made Izuku hesitant to grant her request. For almost anyone else, the notion that Mei started a fire that destroyed a significant portion of the town where she lived would be absurd at best. This was Mei, however, and Izuku had already seen in his mind the news report about an unexplained raging fire that began at Mei's own workshop or school. But as before, Izuku was taken by surprise when Mei made the request because she was so close to him, and he complied with it without even expressing hesitation. After witnessing the conversation between the two, Toshinori felt compelled to express his opinions. "Kid, if you get that flustered with her just being that close to you, no way are you going to be able to handle Midnight when she's your teacher." Izuku was aware of only one pro hero with that name, and he did so for a number of reasons. The R-rated hero Midnight. She's going to be a teacher at UA. Hi. Retorting. Has been for a while now. From what I've heard, she's the kind of teacher that keeps you on your toes. The fact that she was the sole reason for the regulation of exposed skin in hero costumes bill kinda says all you need to know about her. With Izuku in the same classroom as Midnight, Toshinori couldn't help but snicker at the idea that the woman, being the pro-hero that she is, would be nearly too much for the teenager to handle for more than a minute. Although many female pro-heroes wore what some would still consider risque attire, Toshinori was aware that Izuku was observing them all from a distance, and once she discovered how easily he would become agitated around her, she would have no trouble bringing Midnight close to Izuku. That would only occur, of course, if Izuku joined UA. Elevated. The time had come to make sure that, if, became, WHEN. Izuku received what could be considered beginner's lessons in the use of One for All from Toshinori during the days leading up to the entrance exam. He was careful not to reveal that it took him even less time to learn the quirk after Nana Shimura gave it to him. Learn to control the amount of power he could summon from One for All, at the very least. Izuku was first instructed by Toshinori to never use all of One for All's power in any one of his limbs. Even though his body was stronger, Izuku still ran the risk of getting hurt because he could break any bone at any time. Izuku was made to push a boulder up a hill as a training exercise. Toshinori was able to locate a nearby forest with the terrain needed for the exercise and a number of large boulders that could be used for varying degrees of difficulty. As Toshinori did in his All Might form, the intention was for Izuku to disperse the power of One for All throughout his entire body. Additionally, it was to ensure that Izuku wouldn't break any bones prior to the entrance exam, as that would prevent him from taking it and make all of the work the teen had put in over the months pointless. Izuku was able to summon 5% of the quirk's power when he began the training exercise. When he questioned All Might about why they had started so low, he replied that it would have been better to try to get at least 10% control. All Might reminded him that they were now moving as slowly and steadily as possible to prevent Izuku from suffering an injury that would make it difficult for him to take the entrance exam, let alone prevent him from doing so. The time was not right, he realized, but Izuku was more than willing to see what he could do now that he had a quirk. All Might added that Izuku had not mentally prepared himself to use the quirk in a way that would reduce the likelihood of him causing any serious injuries, so he will still probably use all of One for All's power on instinct in the end. He clarified that it is a form of mental training for the brain, which is the first organ in the body to control any kind of muscle. It also involves the placement of certain limiters that would no longer function as they once did now that Izuku has access to a substantial source of unmatched power. Those brief moments spent hauling a boulder up a hill passed quickly, but by the time of the UA, Izuku demonstrated his ability to actively use 5 to 10% of One for All on the high entrance exam. For him, it was more than a beginning, even though they both knew it wasn't much. Before Izuku left to take care of some personal business, All Might offered him some words of support and good luck. Traveling to the United Arab Emirates by train, Izuku Midoriya was so anxious that he thought he might dehydrate himself from the excessive perspiration he thought he was producing. He tried everything he could think of to help him relax, but all he did was keep telling himself that this was the moment that all of his actions over the previous 10 months had brought about. He wanted to get into the UA. Before he met All Might, he was high, but now he was higher. This seemed to be the last chance for him to demonstrate that he was a deserving heir to his idol. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if anyone in history had ever experienced what he was feeling at the moment. After becoming a legend, someone chose someone to succeed them and become a new legend. The shield he was carrying with his own backpack was the only thing that might, and this was arguably the most extreme use of the word, might, give him some sort of answer. Prior to Izuku boarding the train bound for the United Arab Emirates, he then met Mei at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, where they decided to go to the same place together. However, not before she gave the shield and her most recent adorable child back to Izuku. The shield appeared as new as possible thanks to Mei's subsequent paint job. In a strange way, all of Mei's devices, which she referred to as super cute babies, were unique in their own right and nearly none of them adhered to any particular design or technological application pattern, despite Izuku's belief that she was not a particularly talented artist. She either acquired the skill of painting or was a result of her inventive imagination. This clarified why she created the most recent iteration of the jacket, which she called the Mark 16, and how she made it basically match the shield's color scheme. The color was blue overall, with red trims scattered here and there and a white star on the shoulders and back. Since the Mark 14 turned out to be completely functional, Izuku did inquire as to why Mei skipped from Mark 15 to 16. Every time she said, "Don't worry about it," in response to any question, he became anxious from all the time he spent with her. Since he had been sitting next to Mei on the train, who was still occupied with writing in her notepad, that was the true cause of his anxiety. However, Izuku asked himself again, what is it like to replace a legend? As he turned his focus back to the shield, he didn't think he could ask Mei the same question because he would have to reveal a lot that All Might had sworn him to keep secret, as if their lives depended on it, and he didn't expect an answer to come out of nowhere, much less from the shield itself. In any event, Izuku realized he needed to stop worrying about the past and the future at the same time and focus on the here and now. Izuku had to remind Mei that this was their stop when the train was announced to have reached its destination. She was so preoccupied with her current project that she seemed to have forgotten what she should be concentrating on today. It was evident that she didn't display any signs of the nervousness Izuku was experiencing, or perhaps she was simply eager to demonstrate her abilities and the reasons UA Hai should give her a spot in the support course. Izuku wanted to ask more questions about the changes Mei made to the jacket that made it the Mark 16, but every time he tried to engage Mei in conversation, all he got was a or a mmhmm. They walked in silence to their destination, and when they arrived at the front gates of UA Hai, Izuku noticed the signs indicating which building held the entrance exam for which course. Mei needed to see which building she needed to go to, so Izuku had to really grab her attention. Thanks for letting me know. I recently completed creating the mock designs for this new capture unit concept. Mei remarked as she tucked her notepad into her own backpack. I would have passed this location without even realizing it. All right, good luck. Trying to smile reassuringly at Mei, Izuku said, I know you'll ace the exam. And I'm confident that my adorable baby Zuzu will help you ace your test. Before sprinting towards the building for her designated entrance exam, Mei responded. Mei Hatsume showed him that she didn't let any failure slow her down even a little. Izuku was amazed at the lack of nervousness that was evident in Mei, and he was a little jealous of her self-confidence. The teenager assumed that she must have mountains of self-confidence because of all the tech she creates, and probably more than a fair share of them failed as they were supposed to do, and each failure would have been a solid hit against anyone's self-confidence. Izuku was a little intimidated by the building where the hero course entrance exam was being held. Perhaps this was because the school was known for producing the best future pro-heroes, and perhaps the mere act of entering the building through the main entrance reminded those entering the property of this fact. Izuku was feeling that way right now, and he could see from a quick look at all the other students entering that none of them were even slightly anxious. It's probably even odds that some are feeling confident like Mei while others are hiding the fact they are something of a nervous wreck. Izuku muttered to himself. What a fool Deku. Quote. When Izuku heard that coming from behind him, he turned to see Katsuki Bakugo approaching him directly. He was still a little taken aback to see his old friend, who usually had a furious expression on his face, approaching him. Now get out of my way or I'll burn you. Quote. As he moved to the side, Izuku thought to himself, polite as always. Izuku remained silent as Bakugo passed him, observing that the user of the explosion quirk did not even glance at him. It is reasonable to assume that his schoolmate was completely preoccupied with what was in front of him and still thought Izuku was not deserving of any more attention than the warning he had just given him. Izuku's only thought was that Bakugo had told him and their entire junior high class that he was looking forward to crushing him in the entrance exam. As he watched Bakugo continue to the main building, he heard some of the other students recognize him and comment that he was essentially guaranteed a spot in the hero course because of the slime villain incident. Reminiscing about that particular moment in his past helped Izuku overcome his nervousness and replace it with a desire to succeed. Izuku promised himself that if Bakugo was still determined to crush him on the entrance exam, he would make sure it was the hardest thing Bakugo had ever made him do. After inhaling and exhaling as a last precaution to bolster his nerves, Izuku thought, well, time to take my steps to becoming a hero. However, he didn't really notice how he had his feet planted when he stepped off to the side, so he tripped the moment he actually took a step. Or I'll just die here and save myself the incoming embarrassment. It took Izuku a moment to realize that he was actually hovering in midair, having stopped in mid-fall. Are you all right? Some distance to his left, a girl asked. Izuku was a little taken aback by the fact that he was floating, but he was more perplexed by it. He turned to see who it was to his left, a pretty brunette girl, and saw as the girl helped him straighten up and somehow made gravity start working on him again. With my peculiarity, I prevented you from falling. With a sincere smile, the girl said, I hear that it's a bad omen to trip and fall on an important day. I apologize for not asking first, but I figured you wouldn't mind with me catching you. Izuku's mind acknowledged that the girl was speaking to him, but that was all it was doing because, once more, he was in close proximity to someone of the opposite sex, and at that moment, he was unable to communicate with that person. For her part, the girl didn't take Izuku's silence as an insult of any kind. I must say, this day is really nerve-wracking in a lot of ways, am I correct? Quote. All Izuku was able to say was, or rather, sounds that came from his mouth that might be regarded as actual words. Well, I suppose we'll meet inside. Before heading toward the building, the girl said, good luck to the two of us. Izuku's ability to process thoughts ran at the same speed as a snail on the ground for a few moments before picking up enough speed to allow Izuku to function normally once more. Izuku reflected on what had just happened and asked himself, after all that time with Mei and I still can't talk to a girl. I mean, I managed to talk to Mei enough today where it would be seen as a normal conversation, but Izuku's only plausible explanation for being able to communicate with Mei was that she had put him through a lot of unusual and occasionally painful experiences over the previous 10 months. Perhaps his mind had developed a survival instinct that would compel him to talk to her if it ever sensed impending danger. In any case, Izuku returned his attention to the event that was scheduled for 9 a.m. The teenager shook his head and gave himself 2 slaps on the sides of his face before starting to enter the building. A pro hero named Present Mike was explaining the type of entrance exam that the candidates would be taking for a chance to get into UA. High inside a large auditorium that seemed to have more than 150 students seated inside. The first half of the exam was a written exam, and the second half was a mock cityscape maneuvers. He explained that, in accordance with the students' application to UA High, they would be conducting 10-minute mock battles in 7 different locations in classic urban settings. Splitting up the students made sense because it made sure that no one could be helped by a friend or fellow student. However, Izuku was relieved when Present Mike stated that students could bring anything they wanted into the mock battle zones, which meant he could use both the jacket and the shield in this section of the exam. He did take into account the possibility that the exam might not permit the use of outside tools like his shield, and he would have worked around that if necessary. It wasn't as though he knew without a doubt that the shield would give him an advantage, but at least he was relieved of that concern. Present Mike continued the explanation by stating that the students would be facing 3 different types of fake villains in each battle zone, each of whom represented a different point value due to their differing degrees of difficulty, with one worth 1 point, the next worth 2, and the third worth 3. He made it clear that the primary goal was to destroy as many of them as possible in the allotted time. A tall student with glasses stood up after Present Mike explained that attacking other students during the mock battle was prohibited and would result in immediate failure. He then asked the teacher to clarify why he had stated that there were 3 faux villains, even though the handout sheet that all of the students received said that there were 4. Using the old retro video game, Super Mario Bros., as a point of reference, the teacher praised the students' catch and elaborated on the 4th faux villain, explaining that although it is a faux villain, defeating it would not earn any points because each battle zone only has 1 and the 4th is more of an obstacle than a target. Present Mike referred to it as a gimmick, whose sole purpose was to rampage around in close quarters in each battle zone. This led most of the students to conclude that what they would be entering was something like a video game, and that the gimmick was a trap that you wanted to avoid in a game. The explanation of the 4th faux villain, however, seemed out of place to Izuku. If defeating it truly earned you 0 points, and Present Mike claimed that it could be defeated, then why would you place something like that in a mock battle zone? Izuku pondered, unless it's something of a test in itself, but ultimately ignored it, concluding that if the 4th fake villain was a test of a different kind, it would have been identified as such. The pro hero's remarks led to the logical deduction that eliminating as many battle robots as you could in 10 minutes was the only way to pass the exam's practical section. If that were the case, Izuku would have no doubt that there was a limited supply of each type of battle robot and that his primary goal was to attack the ones worth 3 points as soon as he saw them. He said that he was looking forward to crushing Deku in the entrance exam, but since they were in different testing zones, he wouldn't waste time laughing at seeing Deku fail spectacularly. That was the only real positive thing he took away from the explanation. Bakugo wasn't assigned to the same testing zone as him. They sat together in the auditorium because of the number of their assigned entrance exams, so they both learned they were assigned different zones. Izuku had to agree with some of Bakugo's statements, as much as he hated to admit it. When the mock battle began, he would focus on locating and eliminating the targets while ensuring that the other students' proximity to him did not affect his own score. If they were in the same zone, Izuku assumed that Bakugo would be attempting to blow up him while claiming it was friendly fire, and exploding the robots for half of the time. Izuku didn't rule out the possibility that Bakugo's irascible Aldria junior high classmate would believe that removing him would guarantee that Bakugo would be the only student from their junior high school to be accepted into UA High, as he declared with pride. After an hour or so, with every student in their designated testing zones, Izuku, wearing his jacket and holding his shield on his right arm, gazed at the location of the simulated battle. He thought about how large the zone would be, but none of his ideas could compare to what he saw. Izuku's mind was trying to comprehend the idea that UA High had something on its property that was so close to being an actual part of a city that he was already expecting people to be living or working within. Seriously, where did they find the money, much less the materials, to build an actual city? And there are 6 other zones just like this one. How big is UA High anyways? The team could only fully understand that if there was any evidence that UA High was the school for producing pro heroes, it was the fact that they went to great lengths to create a simulated environment that pro heroes would almost certainly experience on a daily basis. Izuku looked at the other students who were in the same zone as him and saw that almost all of them were confident. He also noticed that some of the students had equipment with them that seemed to fit their peculiarities. Izuku was relieved that she was assigned to the same test site because he now had the opportunity to properly thank her instead of the stuttering mess he gave her earlier, and that's when he saw the girl he'd met earlier, the one who saved him from embarrassing himself by tripping over his own feet. Izuku turned to see who it was, and to his surprise, it was the same student who had asked Present Mike to explain the fourth foe villain. He felt someone grab his shoulder as he was taking a few steps in her direction. Izuku could tell by the hard expression on his face that he was going to say something as serious as it could get. Before matching Izuku's gaze, the teenager remarked, "That girl looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead. What are you going to do? Distract her and destroy her opportunities for success?" Quote. "What? Obviously not. I wanted to thank her for something that she did for me," Izuku said, feeling a little offended that this person had drawn such a conclusion from merely walking in the girl's direction. "That's all. After the test is over, thank her. Speaking with her right now will only serve as a diversion." When Izuku heard that, he became confused and said, "Then speaking to me now, wouldn't that mean you're trying to divert my attention?" Quote. "I'm actually reminding you that we're all exceptional students and that we're here to prove our worth in order to be accepted into the most prestigious high school there is in the country," the tall teenager said, folding his arms over his chest while maintaining a stern and intent look on Izuku. "In fact, I'm reminding you that you should only concentrate on the test itself until it's over. Leave right away if you don't intend to take the test seriously and if you see it as a game." Izuku knew without a doubt that this person was telling the truth when he said that getting to take the UA high entrance exam was one thing, but actually getting it was quite another, and at this precise moment, he should only be thinking about passing the test. And, start. Quote. Present Mike's shouting of those two words caught everyone's attention, and when they all turned to look at Present Mike, who was perched atop a massive cement pillar that overlooked every battle zone, the pro hero spoke up once more. "Go. Real battles do not have countdowns. Run, run, run. Here, you're wasting air time." Quote. Izuku noticed that every student had rushed into the testing area as soon as he turned to see how the others were responding. "Whoa, I'm already lagging behind." Quote. To catch up to the others, Izuku ran as fast as he could. He had already considered using 5% of One for All, but he quickly changed his mind after tripping while walking through UA High's main entrance. The thought of using just 5% and then tripping over that seemed too real to ignore. Every student entered a free-for-all mindset as the test started, attacking any robot they saw or that attacked them. Some of these targets appeared immediately, but most of them were worth only 1 point, so most people thought they were easy targets. Other students chose to look for targets with higher point values in order to improve their chances of passing. The teachers who were judging the practical exam wanted to see the level of chaos that occurred in each zone because the time limit was only 10 minutes, and they didn't disclose how many fake villains were placed in each battle zone or where they were for a reason. Additionally, because the battlefield was wide and there wasn't much time, it was easier for the teachers to evaluate each student accurately. Seeing someone who can quickly assess a situation indicates that they have extraordinary intelligence-gathering skills. To determine who was most adept at being a mobility specialist and making sure they never missed a party. To determine who can handle any circumstance the best, indicating that they are more than capable of making decisions. And to determine who were naturally gifted fighters and who were just showy but unimportant. Furthermore, Izuku was not demonstrating himself to any of those for the teachers to evaluate at the time. The teachers were impressed by some of the students from all of the testing sites, and there was some debate about not using the gimmick, because the students were showing themselves to be a better crop than previous years. Granted, it had been years since anyone actually took one down during a test, and almost always the students simply fled the moment the gimmick appeared. It may have been unfair to say that the test had a low time limit, but a trial by fire always weeds out the mundane and exposes the exceptional. However, they all agreed to press the Yuruki switch when one of the teachers stated that they truly needed to know without question whether these students were capable of maintaining peace within the cities. At least 6 minutes into the test, Izuku had yet to receive a single point, and every other student was demonstrating that they were more proficient than he was at quickly taking down the targets. When he did see a target, he considered the best way to disable it, which was a waste of time and opportunity. Izuku was beginning to feel panicked, but when the zero-pointer gimmick appeared out of nowhere, his anxiety level skyrocketed. The sight of the enormous battle robot exploding out of the ground and moving so violently that the ground began to tremble like it does during an active earthquake easily intimidated Izuku and every other student in front of it. Izuku remembered Present Mike saying that this fake villain was more of an obstacle that was best avoided, and he now realized that the teacher had heavily sugar-coated his words. This machine was easily 15 stories high, and that was because it was leaning forward when it appeared in front of the students. This was a machine that you definitely need to run for your life just to escape from. As Izuku gazed up at the imposing metal monster, he thought, isn't this a little extreme? Like, times 1,000. Izuku fell to his knees, but he held up the shield to deflect some flying debris caused by the ground being struck so violently. The gimmick demonstrated its level of threat by punching the ground so hard that the resulting gusting winds and shaking ground knocked all of the students right off their feet. The teachers who were watching were now searching for something very specific now that the gimmick was on the field, and even one teacher voiced the collective thought of the others. The dust from the attack hadn't even settled when all the students had gotten back up and started running away from it. People show their true colors when they face the thing in this kind of battle. After evaluating his situation, Izuku decided that he was no match for this target and that he needed to find the smaller ones quickly, especially after Present Mike shouted out how much time was left before the test ended. He didn't want to waste all of his training with All Might just because he didn't receive a single point in the practical, so he turned around and began running from the gimmick that was coming. Ow, quote, almost missing it, Izuku recognized the voice he heard in the background. Izuku was stopped in his tracks when he saw the girl who had saved him from embarrassment earlier trapped beneath some fallen debris. Her legs were pinned, and the gimmick wasn't even slowing down, meaning that she was going to be run over in the next few moments, possibly killed. After that, Izuku didn't think. Instead, he ran directly at the gimmick, just like he had done in the past when Bakugo was in trouble. Even the teachers who were watching stared at the green-haired teenager who drew back his right arm as he ran at the opponent in front of him, and some of the retreating students were taken aback by what they saw as Izuku ran at the metal monstrosity. Izuku was not thinking at the time, he was just following his instincts, which told him to throw the shield as hard as he could at the gimmick. The machine saw Izuku approaching and moved to attack by throwing another punch with its left hand, but the gimmick was in the middle of its left punch when Izuku automatically called forth the full power of One for All and threw the shield straight at the gimmick's left fist. When the shield was launched into the air, it sounded like a thunderclap, and a subsequent analysis revealed that the shield had been thrown with enough force to break the sound barrier. The teacher watched in stunned silence as the shield effortlessly sliced through the robot's left fist's metal, all the way up through its left arm until it broke through, and then flew into the bottom of its head in the same quick motion that it had cut through its left arm. That was almost too fast for the cameras to see. The gimmick was actually knocked back by the same force that created the cutting motion, and the sight of it falling backwards attracted everyone's attention, including Izuku. His initial reaction was one of shock at what he had just done, especially with the shield. However, the sudden and extremely crippling pain in his right arm, no, not just his left arm, but the entire left side of his torso, quickly and violently overcame that thought. Izuku exhaled as he threw the shield, and at that moment, it felt like he destroyed everything from his entire left arm to his shoulder and even half of his rib cage. He didn't scream out because of the pain because he didn't even have enough air in his lungs for that. He was sufficiently conscious to notice the tangled mess of a state his arm was in, and he also saw that his jacket's right sleeve was completely gone, down to the shoulder. As the white-hot, searing pain hit every sense, Izuku asked himself, is this what it means to use One for All? In a desperate attempt to alleviate the pain he was experiencing, Izuku was on his knees, clutching his right arm. Just 1 minute left, quote. It took him a moment to take in Present Mike's words, to recall that the test was still in progress, that he was in the final 60 seconds, and that even though he had beaten the gimmick, it was worth 0 points, meaning he still had a 0 score. Even though all he could think about was the pain in his injured right side, something told Izuku to look back up. It was difficult because he was crying, but he was able to see that the shield he had thrown was coming back at him directly, and that he had only a few seconds to react and catch it, and that the speed at which it was approaching him was roughly the same as when he threw it. Izuku raised his left arm to activate the magnetic field and have the shield return to him in the way the jacket was intended to, but this time he did it only out of instinct. The shield changed its flying position just in time for Izuku to brace himself for the impact, causing the inside of the shield to connect to the magnetic device in his left arm. The momentum of the shield transferred to Izuku's left, effectively breaking his arm and punching his chest. He also skidded across the ground several meters backwards before coming to a stop in front of all the students who had just watched him take down the gimmick. The buzzer from present mic was the only thing that made the students realize that the test time had passed before they began to comment on what they had just witnessed because they were all too shocked to say anything. What just took place? One student remarked, "I didn't think that guy had that kind of strength." Another person added, "Me either. But is that shield of his related to his quirk? He threw it, and the shield passed through the machine as if it hadn't been there, even though metal can cut metal. If so, what prevented you from receiving any points during the test? He could have easily defeated all the others if he had been able to defeat that large one," the first student remarked. Other students shared their thoughts on what they had witnessed. One suggested that the green-haired teen might have been attempting to deceive them, while another said that if that were the case, it would have backfired because the gimmick was the only target he had taken down and it was worth 0 points. With the exception of one student who had a different perspective, the majority of the students had similar opinions about the event. Looking back and forth between Izuku and the girl whose legs were trapped under the rubble just a moment earlier, the teenager who had reprimanded Izuku thought, "They're all missing the point. Don't they see what he actually did? He sacrificed everything to save that girl. He must have known how little time was left, how many points he needed to pass." He was certain that what he witnessed Izuku doing was tantamount to risking his life for another person. The teen's thoughts continued, but were abruptly interrupted when he realized, wait, the exam. The judges. There's no way they didn't see what he did. He didn't hesitate to move in to save her. Yeah, sure, if this hadn't been an exam I would have done the same. Anyone with an effective quirk could take down these robots, even the big one, the teenager thought, glancing back at Izuku while he was still unconscious. But did he somehow know there was more to this test? Izuku Midoriya's performance in front of everyone caused some serious thoughts in more than just that one teen. While the few others who defeated the gimmick did so with their quirk, a strategy, or a combination of the two, some of the teachers who witnessed the feat's removal commented on how long it had been since they had witnessed such a feat and that they had never witnessed anyone accomplish it in the way that Izuku Midoriya had. Toshinori, who was also observing with the other UA high teachers, was more shocked by the scene than anyone else. Until that point, Toshinori believed that the shield could bounce off surfaces if enough force was applied behind the throw. Sure, the shield might cut through some objects, but he never once gave the possibility that the shield could do what he just witnessed a second thought. Toshinori remembered feeling his jaw drop as he saw Izuku go through a throwing motion with the shield being the intended object, but his eyes widened when the monitors showed him what happened, which Toshinori now knew was what happened. Toshinori believed that Izuku was going to punch the gimmick with more force than he could currently handle when he saw him run directly at it. Izuku used all of the strength from One for All to throw that shield. You know, when I said that no one on this planet did anything to that shield. Toshinori turned to look at Valeria, who was seated beside him and had witnessed everything he had. Quote, I think I may have made the biggest understatement that could ever be made about that shield. Valeria leaned toward Toshinori so that her next words, even if they were only whispered, would only be heard by him. Valeria's voice was low enough that only she and Toshinori could hear her. Izuku threw that shield with enough force to where it would be on the other side of the planet, if not thrown into orbit. Given how quickly the shield was traveling, no magnet on this planet could have stopped it. So what exactly are you or Izuku going to say when someone starts asking questions about what just happened here? Toshinori concurred with Valeria's statement. Quote, well, Toshinori said, we can't exactly tell the truth since we found out something we didn't know about the shield at the same time everyone else and we aren't lying to anyone either. He had a plan to explain the shield if and when someone began asking questions, but that was before what they just saw. Valeria was staring at him with a very particular kind of expression, and Toshinori could sense it without even turning his head. Her gaze seemed to be burning into his brain. Toshinori, nobody here is an idiot. There will be inquiries, particularly from Principal Nezu. Unless it is intentional, neither the object nor the person who threw it returns to the person who threw it. With only a sigh, Toshinori continued to watch the monitor that was focused on Izuku and watched as the school nursing instructor, the youthful heroine, recovery girl, used her quirk to heal the still unconscious Midoriya. It was a relief to see Izuku's right arm return to normal because Toshinori reasoned that the type of injury the teenager's arm had sustained might have been crippling had recovery girl not been there to help. Toshinori recalled telling Izuku before their 10-month training began that if he attempted to use One for All in his current physical state, the result would be him shooting off his own limbs. This was the general idea behind his injuries, and what happened after he put all the power of One for All into his arm to throw the shield was that he basically came close to literally throwing his own arm out of the socket. Izuku's body was stronger than before, so at least this demonstrated that the training was worthwhile, but it also demonstrated that more practice and training would be needed to help Izuku gain a better sense of control when using One for All. Izuku only had to learn to control the teenager's instinct to help those in need, which was still as strong as it had been when Toshinori first saw it that day. UA wouldn't be possible without her. Remember how dangerously close history is to repeating itself here, Valeria said, glancing at the same monitor before turning to face Toshinori. How could host such wild and out-of-control exams so openly? Valeria decided to say one more thing to Toshinori as a way of encouraging him before she changed the topic back to the official reason why all the teachers were gathered. Toshinori nodded reluctantly, knowing what she was talking about. You've identified a deserving successor. However, you also undoubtedly discovered the most troublesome pupil this school will ever have. That's not an understatement, either. After more than a week had passed since the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya was beginning to worry. Right after the exam ended, he thought about calling All Might, but he has been debating it every day since. Because he received no points for the practical portion of the test, he felt that he had failed All Might. Even though he knew that failing half of a test doesn't matter how well you did on the other half, he assumed that his written portion score was at least above passing. However, he had been thinking about other things as well. Izuku was still able to recall what transpired after he threw the shield at the enormous robot, and the events that followed left him with more questions than ever about the shield. That was the reason he was currently at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. He needed time to reflect, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to share what had happened at UA with his own mother. Elevated, Izuku was aware that he would have to tell her everything, even the fact that he hurt himself so badly that, but for the school nurse and her healing superpower, he probably would have to have his arm amputated due to the harm he had done to himself. There are only 3 types of reactions that occur when you tell a parent that you were severely injured during a basic test to gain admission to a school. Furthermore, it was likely that his mother would forbid him from leaving the house as an additional measure of parental protection. Izuku Midoriya was sitting on the steps leading to the beach, gazing out at the ocean while he was absorbed in his own thoughts about the object he was holding. His initial thoughts went over his prior knowledge of the shield prior to the battle simulation. It could bounce off solid objects in ways that didn't seem possible unless there was some sort of quirk involved, and it could absorb severe impacts. Izuku's quirk and the knowledge discovered by Valhalla were carried over by that thought. If what she said was accurate, and there was no question about it anymore, the shield was constructed from materials that appeared to be non-existent but were actually present. Even though Mei supported that assertion with her shield tests, it was still difficult to fully accept that information. Prior to the battle with the enormous robot, Izuku's mind decided that the shield was exactly what it was, a protective tool that, with enough skill, could also be used as an offensive weapon. However, after the battle, after witnessing the action of the shield when he threw it as a joke, that essentially addressed a question that Izuku hadn't even considered. Izuku was aware that even though a piece of metal was technically softer than the metal it was thrown against, it could still easily pierce through other metals if it was thrown quickly and hard enough. Hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes could all produce wind speeds that could influence an object and make it do something that would be nearly impossible in other circumstances. Given this, Izuku believed that after the shield flew through the robot, he ought to have thrown it out of the country. That it shouldn't have suddenly returned to him in that manner. However, it did. Izuku repeatedly tried to vividly recall whether he had thrown the shield in a way that would have caused it to bounce back to him like a boomerang. However, for some reason, he was unable to visualize the exact moment he threw the shield. There was a slight feeling that he had made the right decision in tossing the shield. Was it the quirk he now had that was making the impression? That One for All was the source. Izuku became aware that he might have come to believe that idea was the only rational solution or the only way to arrive at the right conclusion. However, given his newfound understanding of the shield, Izuku realized he needed to consider other options, some of which were ones he had never given much thought to before. Which brought him to the shield's hidden memory, which Valhalla revealed to them. Finding historical records online and determining the time and place where the memory occurred was not too difficult. Izuku wasn't surprised that he didn't see anyone who fit the description in the slightest during the 1944 landing at Normandy Beach, which was dubbed D-Day. It is possible that the adolescent thought what he saw was a dreamlike condition or a confused memory. However, there were two reasons why that felt incorrect. The first was that Valhalla confused the two, mistaking a dream for a memory. She claimed to have seen such a thing less than 10 times in her life, and Izuku was prepared to believe, for the time being at least, that a rare occurrence was more credible and accurate, particularly if it was stated by a pro-hero. Going back to what he discovered about that historical event, if someone was running toward a cliff face with manned gun turrets and mortar cannons firing rounds continuously and was wearing a uniform that was rather colorful, it is obvious that the people firing would aim their weapons at whatever caught their attention the most. It was obvious that the shield was bulletproof, but if it could withstand explosive hits from mortar fire without suffering any damage at all, that gave rise to additional possibilities regarding the shield's potential. According to what he could learn about the strength of World War II's weaponry, a shield could withstand multiple sticks of dynamite if a mortar shell struck it squarely but did not shatter. In order to find out whether the hidden memory included any instances where the shield was used to block against tank fire, Izuku thought about asking Valhalla if he ever saw her again. It might have been a crazy idea, but Izuku reminded himself once more that the shield's demonstrated capabilities were already absurd in light of accepted physics. On the brighter side of things, Izuku smiled when he imagined a scene in which the shield repelled tank fire and Bakugo used his quirk against the shield while he was wielding it. His expression of utter frustration at having his explosive quirk rendered useless against the shield was heartwarming. However, when his mind chose to replay the scene where he met Mei Hatsume to show her what had happened to the jacket after the exam, that smile vanished. Izuku felt bad about revealing to her what had happened to her precious super cute baby, but he recalls how anxious he was when he saw Mei go from open depression to apathy to active imagination exploration that happened more quickly than the human eye could blink. He never even had the opportunity to inquire about her admission to the UA support course. Elevated. Mei was either extremely confident in her skills or already knew she was accepted to UA, while the other students taking the Hero Course entrance exam demonstrated confidence in their abilities. High, meaning that nothing could spoil her day. Granted, Izuku had very little knowledge of the requirements for admission to the support course and the number of applicants who were accepted. High would typically agree while still entering the UA. On any record, high was a mark worth having. Mei's creative imagination seemed to be something UA, so Izuku genuinely hoped she got in. Qualities that high would seek in a pupil. Additionally, the loss on UA. The kind of high that someone would shake their head at due to the foolishness of such a choice. Izuku made the decision to suppress all of his thoughts about the shield until he got home because it was getting late and he had a school day the following day. Naturally, he always had a notebook with him, but it was used to record the peculiarities of pro-heroes or any unusualness he noticed. In the end, Izuku had chosen to create a unique notebook specifically for the shield. He knew he was in danger of forgetting a minor detail that he might later discover would be crucial to many questions and answers, and all of his thoughts and ideas about the shield were becoming so numerous that he could no longer recall them all with ease. Upon arriving at his apartment complex, Izuku saw a car parked in front of it that he had never seen before. It certainly piqued his interest because, as far as he knew, not many people in this part of the neighborhood were wealthy or had family ties to someone who was. But when he walked into his house, his curiosity was unprepared for what he was going to see. As soon as he entered and removed his shoes, he saw another pair that distinctly resembled the type of shoes a woman would wear. When Izuku called his mother to let her know he was home, she replied that Inko was in the kitchen and asked him to greet their guest, who was also waiting there. When Izuku recognized the person who was also in their apartment, pro-hero Valhalla, his curiosity and perplexity turned to shock and perplexity. Valhalla sipped her tea that Inko had made for her and remarked, "Ah, about time you returned home, Izuku. I was starting to think I might have to look for you." Izuku took a moment to comprehend that a pro-hero was in his house, drinking tea with his mother, primarily because the woman appeared to be dressed in formal business attire in a dark blue color. An ensemble that conveyed a sense of importance that is uncommon in this neighborhood unless it is extremely important, such as government or business related. Izuku bowed and apologized to the woman, saying, "Oh, greetings Valhalla. I didn't know you were here." He seemed to have kept her waiting for him. Looking from her son to the shield still in his hands, Inko remarked, "Izuku, you never told me that you knew an actually pro-hero." Valhalla replied, "Oh, Actually, I'm retried from pro hero work and it's only recently that I've become acquainted with young Midoriya here. She then took an envelope out of her purse that contained the UA. It was addressed to Izuku and featured a high logo. I'm now a teacher at UA. Hi, and I felt that it was something of a special occasion that I hand-delivered this to you. Izuku's brain actually briefly refused to accept reality when he saw the letter in Valhalla's hand. However, it overcame that and ordered Izuku to pick up the letter and bring it back to his room. As soon as Inko saw the letter, she became even more concerned because Izuku refused to open it at the table. She wondered why the woman who claimed to be a UA teacher was looking back at Valhalla. Hai simply delivered the letter by hand, which was undoubtedly the entrance exam results for Izuku. For her part, Valeria had already anticipated the type of response that would occur when she delivered the letter to Izuku by hand. She wasn't just here to deliver letters, she had a real purpose. Since she knew more about Izuku than she was disclosing and was certain that even Izuku was hiding some things from his own mother, she made the decision to reassure the mother. You don't have to worry about whether he passed or not. When Valeria said that to Inko, she appeared to be on the verge of a panic attack. Should have worded that differently. The entrance exam into the hero course is more than what it appears on the surface, and as one of the teachers that oversaw the exam itself, what your son did on his own was more than enough to pass. In fact, what he did was in keeping with the spirit of becoming a pro hero. What happened? What did my son do? When Valeria heard that, she was taken aback. She assumed, of course, that Izuku would have told his own mother about his actions. To be honest, who wouldn't discuss what transpired after taking the entrance exam to gain admission to the University of Arizona? Elevated. Valeria still recalls Toshinori's acceptance and how he didn't discuss anything else until he received the acceptance letter. Valeria had to remind herself that Izuku might not have wanted to tell his mother all the details, including how seriously he had been injured during the test. That got her thinking about how Izuku was starting to resemble Toshinori more and more every day. Every year, the entrance exam into the hero course is different but at the same time is always the same. It's done this way so that no student that is accepted or fails can help others essentially cheat the exam itself. Because of this method, the scoring for the practical part of the exam falls into two different categories, attack and heroic. Inko was perplexed in a lot of ways. Why that way? Why not just score by heroic? Although she was aware of UA, she didn't know the specifics or the reasons behind them, but she knew that practically no one in all of Japan hadn't. Because anyone with a flashy quirk like firing laser beams out of your eyes, turning yourself into a bolt of lightning that can attack, or create multiple copies of yourself at once, those kinds of quirks can easily be used in offensive situations. But those without flashy quirks who can use them in a means that save lives are the kind of students that worth teaching to become pro heroes. Valhalla responded as she drank her cup of hot tea. Take my quirk for example. It's called Soul Sense and it's the kind of quirk where I can sense the life energies of people. I can't use it in any fashion that might be considered a kind of an attack, but I can use it to help people who are lost either in the middle of the ocean, mountains, or even under fallen buildings and whatnot. Sure, having a quirk that pro heroes like Endeavor or Hawks have are solid foundations for becoming a pro hero, but pro heroes like Best Jeanist prove they can be more than what their quirk allows them to do. After taking in that bit of knowledge, Inko realized that she had never given it much thought before. So that's why you score in that fashion. By attack and heroic points. It's the only way actually, or at least, the only way UA Hai is willing to do to ensure it being as fair and impartial as possible with all applying students. We do get students that are sent to the school because of recommendations, but we still have to make sure those recommendations aren't just made as a favors, that they are indeed earned. Inko considered what she had been told and did as she felt it made sense. Which led her back to the query that Valhalla still hadn't addressed. If you score by attack and heroic, which category did Izuku score the most? After giving it some thought, Valeria decided it would be okay to tell Inko. Although she was aware that she didn't understand what Toshinori was saying to Izuku in the hollow message contained in the envelope, she was already aware of what the entire message would say. Your son didn't score a single attack point, but he scored the maximum in heroic points. From what I understand, he's actually the first to have such a one-sided score in a long time. All because he didn't hesitate to save the life of another applying student. Valeria replied while having a small smile appear on her face. Inko was glancing toward her son's room when she heard that final sentence, which caused her to turn her head and look straight into Valeria's white eyes. What? One could better understand why Izuku kept the events of the entrance exam from his mother after seeing the look Inko gave Valeria. Fortunately for Valeria, she didn't have to elaborate on what she meant when she said that she was saving the life of another applying student, because Izuku emerged from his room a few moments later, looking puzzled. Valeria identified it as the type of person who finds it difficult to believe that something good has happened to them. Valeria asked Izuku to share what he had learned from the message with his mother after noticing that Inko's expression was still one of intense concern. I got accepted. Valeria came to the realization that she would not have witnessed Inko practically leap out of her chair and embrace her son upon hearing the news if she had blinked at that precise moment. She did grin at Izuku's embarrassed response when Inko told her that her baby boy had succeeded and was now pursuing his dream of becoming a pro hero. That scene went on for a few minutes before Valeria made the decision to shift the conversation from Izuku's acceptance to UA High to the reason she had chosen this day to visit him. Izuku chose to have it in his room because it was a sort of private conversation between the two of them. This was a big mistake because Inko could hear Valhalla laughing loudly from inside as soon as the door closed behind him. Izuku was ashamed of his mother's reaction when he told her he had been accepted. The way Valhalla was laughing at the condition of his room made him feel as though he was one step away from passing away from embarrassment. Or, as she described it, the ultimate shrine to All Might for fanboys. Izuku was trying desperately to hide his embarrassment, but he was failing miserably. Can we get to the reason why you're here? Several minutes passed before she was able to expel all of her laughter and regain enough lung capacity to speak normally. You know, when All Might told me that he met his ultimate fan, I actually thought he was joking. I mean, I know a couple that might be in the running for such a title, but seeing this. Valhalla swallowed hard to stop herself from laughing. I should thank you since now I've got all this teasing material that I can use on both of you. You wouldn't, would you? After learning that he was accepted to the University of Arizona. At this point, High was undoubtedly one of the best days of his life, but he truly hoped that when he traveled to the UA, he was so high that he might not receive as much taunts as he did now. Valeria smirked at Izuku, saying, well, she did not promise that she would or would not tease him. At least she didn't tell anyone that she was going to use what she had learned to constantly tease Toshinori. For the time being, the UA teacher felt that she had at least sufficiently teased Izuku. High made the decision to address the main issue of her visit. I'm sure All Might explain to you that he did nothing, he didn't pull any strings or called in any favors to get you to be accepted into UA High. When Izuku nodded, Valeria continued. And that is all true. You got accepted by your own merits and I should know since I was one of the teachers watching you take the practical exam. We both judged you as fairly as we judged all of the students applying. Izuku was relieved to hear All Might say that, but he felt even better about himself after hearing Valhalla say the same thing. Most likely because he was acquainted with someone other than All Might, a different type of pro-hero whom All Might had assured him had both his respect and trust. Valhalla chose to break the news to Izuku by walking over to his bed and sitting down, but she made sure to speak quietly enough that the sound wouldn't leave his room. Before continuing, Valhalla said, before I say anything else, I want you to know that I know the secret about One for All and your connection to it. However, she quickly signaled to Izuku to keep quiet so she could continue with a hand gesture. I also know that All Might told you not to tell anyone else, but I had already known about One for All for years, so you now know I can keep it a secret as well. When Valhalla said that to Izuku, he realized how close he was to having a panic attack, regarding her being aware of One for All. Even after she revealed how long she had been aware of the quirk, he remained concerned and made the decision to contact All Might as soon as possible to find out if it was true. Valeria said, and there's a reason as to why I have this knowledge. She spoke quietly enough that she thought no one could hear her through the door. Remember that day when you and All Might came to visit me? To get some answers about that shield of yours. All Izuku could do was nod. Valeria chose to conceal the requirement that All Might must meet before Valeria accepted the job offer. All Might was also there to ask if I would accept a teacher's position at UA High, and I did. We both have been discussing this for some time and decided that it would be best that you have at least 2 teachers that know of your quirk and that can work with you for the time being. Besides myself, there are very few who also know about One for All, and at least 2 of them are faculty members at UA High. Valhalla raised a hand to deflect the obvious question that Izuku would ask as soon as he learned that there were two people at the school he would be attending who were aware of One for All. They won't do anything to interfere with us in teaching you, but they also won't do anything that will be considered special treatment until such times warrant it. With any luck, it won't be any time soon or ever. Valeria was aware that the likelihood of training Izuku as a typical UA student was slim. At best, high would be astronomical, and that was before he showed the shield in action. Additionally, she was aware that it would take years to train Izuku properly if they were given this much time, but she and Toshinori were also aware that there was no way to know for sure how much time they actually had, which was the main reason for this visit. Valhalla lowered her voice volume back to normal and said, "But if there's one thing pro heroes never rely on, it's luck. Which is why when the new school year starts for you, we are going to schedule some extra training. But in order to make it seem like you are not receiving special treatment, I will handle that aspect of your training for the time being." Valhalla began to explain her role in Izuku's additional training after Izuku gave her a perplexed look. All Might started training you in the physical sense, to get your body as ready as it can be for what your quirk can do. But now there isn't much more he can teach you, so we will start the next phase of your training, which will be mental conditioning. Izuku had a vague notion of the type of mental conditioning Valhalla was referring to. When Valhalla produced a device that looked similar to the one Izuku had received, informing him that he had been accepted into UA, that notion was swiftly confirmed. Elevated, it displayed the scene in which Izuku threw the shield at the gimmick, as well as the condition of his arm following the throw. "From what I gather, you haven't told your mother how the exam went. Or rather, you haven't told her how badly hurt you got when you saved that girl." Izuku attempted to think of a rationale for not telling his own mother about that specific incident, but he was stumbling so badly over his own words that Valhalla questioned whether this was what Toshinori meant when he said that the child was the only one who could word vomit. In order to persuade the teenager to stop continuing until the end of time, Valhalla made sure her voice had a strong sense of authority. "Stop, please." Valhalla held up the image of Izuku in his injured state at that moment, so the teenager's entire focus was on that one crucial past event in his life. What happened has happened, and what you've decided and how to handle the aftermath of it is something you'll have to handle alone when the time comes. On to the more urgent topic at hand, seeing you use what could undoubtedly be 100% of the power within One for All when you haven't even mastered 5% of it raised warning flags that not only I but also some of the other teachers and faculty members did as well. The school is aware that from time to time there will be students that have quirks that their body may not handle easily despite being born with that particular quirk, so for the time being the general belief will be that in the heat of the moment you did what you had to do to save a life. But that kind of excuse won't last for more than a week once you're in UA. Hi, All Might may have started you on training tips on how to handle 5% of your power, but that's just what they are, training tips. Izuku remembered the advice All Might had given him about managing a tiny portion of One for All's power. Imagine a glass that is completely filled with water, and while you move the glass around, make sure the water doesn't spill out. In retrospect, it did appear to be a good place to start because All Might kept highlighting the kind of power Izuku possessed, but it was unclear where to go after that lesson was over. When Izuku began to connect the dots about why Valhalla was here, it was like a light bulb going off in his head. He wanted to slap himself in the face because it seemed so clear to him now, but he also reminded himself that, prior to today, only he and All Might were aware of the truth about One for All. It was reasonable to assume that no one else, or at least no one Izuku knew, was aware of it, and he was certain that All Might had gone to considerable measures to keep One for All a secret. That was demonstrated by the fact that they kept the entire world in the dark about a battle that left him so severely injured that he was only able to perform pro-hero duties for a few hours each day. Is this mental condition training going to be anything like the kind of training you did for your quirk? Valhalla was impressed by that. Her initial thought upon seeing Izuku Midoriya's room was that she would have more difficulty persuading the teenager to transform from a fanboy to a hero in training. Valhalla thought she might not have to spend much time ridding Izuku of any major fanboy tendencies because he had demonstrated deductive reasoning. For starters, it will be, you haven't come close to mastering how to turn on and off the power of One for All, and don't mistake that by thinking just because you're not using it right now is the same as turning the power on and off. The injury you suffered was the result of your instincts overriding your conscious thoughts. I know All Might told you that a key aspect to any true hero is that their body moved into action if a life was in danger. But unless you train your instincts on how quickly ascertain the amount of power you need in any surprise situation, you will always use 100% and get hurt in the same instant, and that's actually the best case scenario. The worst case, you end up causing far more harm than good in regards to people and property, even costing someone their life. Valhalla could see that Izuku was hearing what she was saying, but she wanted to make sure he grasped the point she was trying to make. She could tell by the look in the teen's eyes that he was only now thinking about things he had never thought about before, or at least had never given much thought to. First and foremost, virtually all the students that have and are going to attend UA High have had their quirks for virtually all of their lives. Some of them probably had their quirk manifest the minute they were actually born. Because of that, they had years to understand and receive the necessary training and teaching material that would help them understand the nature of their quirk. In your case, we're pretty much trying to get you to go through a decade of such training in as little time as possible without raising too many suspicions, and not to give the teachers any reason to think you're failing the hero course at any point and expel you immediately. The words, "expel you," caused Izuku to panic. Wait, what? Although he knew that a school could expel a student in specific situations, he had never considered that UA. The more he considered it, the more he realized that High would expel a student for failing a course alone. Valhalla used her quirk to sense that Izuku's mother was now closer to the door of his bedroom than she had been previously, so she decided to enlist some parental aid as a precaution for Izuku. There are reasons why UA High is pretty much the school for future pro heroes, and one of them is that they do not tolerate failure. UA High wants to instill the belief that a pro hero never stops proving themselves as being someone that will defend the people either of the city they work in or the country as a whole. Even if some of the pro heroes do things to get more time in the spotlight, at their core they must show that when it matters, they can be counted on without fail. It may be harsh and something you didn't think about or consider ever, but this is the life you signed up for. You can still back out. I won't quit. Valhalla gave Izuku a narrowed look. She was aware that her eyes were abnormal because they lacked irises, but she could tell that Izuku understood that she was questioning his assertion. You say that, but are you willing to follow through with what you said? Izuku's first response was a nod. You know who I look up to and how much he's counting on me, how much effort alone he put into helping me get this far. According to Valhalla, there were two possible interpretations for what Izuku said in his response. The room in which she stood provided compelling evidence of the most rational and most rejected interpretation in the teen's mind before her. I am aware that this is his first year at being a teacher at UA High, but make no mistake, he's not the only teacher at UA High, and the others who have been teaching for years will have different standards and practices that you may think is totally unfair, but they are justified in using them. If there is one thing you weren't told, it's that this is the time where you have to start growing up. When Valhalla heard that final line, he noticed the twitch in Izuku's eyes. There's an old saying I once heard a long time ago. Life isn't all sunshine, rainbows with puppies and kittens. At times it will take you to harsh and cruel places that will beat you to your knees without mercy or hesitation, and no one, absolutely no one, is gonna hit you harder than life. Izuku was on the verge of telling the woman in front of him about the times his old friend had beaten him and even advised him to end his life. However, he refrained from speaking for some reason. Valhalla wasn't finished talking, so it was a good thing he didn't say anything. But it's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. The teachers will do all they can to break you, because if they realize you break so easily in a classroom, then they won't permit you to be a pro hero who won't give it their all to protect the people. Many students with overinflated egos as a result of their quirks pass the entrance exam into the hero course, and eventually they later proved that their reasons for wanting to be a pro hero couldn't take the hits the teachers alone kept dealing them. They couldn't move forward and be better than they were or could become. Valhalla got out of bed, approached Izuku, and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. You've proven to UA High that you're someone they would be willing to teach, and now, you're going to have to prove to yourself and the school that you have the will to become a pro hero. I have no doubt you will earn the right to be called a pro hero, but I have no doubt that the minute you enter UA High as one of the school's students, the only day you'll have that you'll call easy as yesterday. Izuku wanted to know if Valhalla was attempting to intimidate him into not going. During this conversation, she wasn't really skirting the issue. She persuaded Izuku that the challenges he would face in high school would be far worse than anything that had occurred in the previous 10 months. Now, Valhalla took out what appeared to be a book from her bag after putting away the gadget she had just used. The title, Meditation exercises and practices caught Izuku's attention. You'll be given a training regime to follow once you start at UA. Hi, but for the time being, I want you to read this and follow some of the instructions that I've marked inside. I don't know who the teacher that you will be assigned to in your first year, but at least I can give you some tips that will help you survive the culling that happens after the new school year starts. Wait, culling. Izuku was aware of the definition and meaning of the word, but he was most perplexed by how it was used in a high school setting. I made it clear before. Even if you're accepted into being a student at UA High, it doesn't mean you won't be constantly considered for expulsion. When Valhalla finished speaking to Izuku, he felt his heart sink almost instantly because she was so matter-of-fact. Valhalla found it somewhat amusing that he had suddenly developed a silent, terrified expression on his face, which she was fairly certain Izuku's mother was mimicking from outside the bedroom door. It seemed likely to Valhalla that the mother and the son were both yelling the same question in their minds. To be clear, yes, the school has the authority to expel a student on the grounds of failing to meet the criteria, and the authority to make such a decision is given to the teachers. Though the principal does have the authority to override the decision of a student to be expelled, he has never once done so, and no exceptions have ever been made. If you think that's completely unfair in any way, keep in mind that All Might, who attended the same high school that you are going to, had the same expectations of him, and that was before he was even called All Might. The main difference right now, he wasn't warned at all when he started at UA High like you are. A part of Valhalla believed that Izuku needed that small incident to occur in order to confront the possibility of expulsion on his first day at UA Elevated. She understood that some of the instructors, such as Eraserhead and Present Mike, did this in order to instill in their students a sense of what failure is and how it differs greatly from other types of failure that may occur in their lives. Fortunately or unfortunately for Izuku, Valhalla and Toshinori debated the matter and came to the conclusion that it would make sense for such an event to occur if it were someone else. She agreed that Izuku would have more on his plate as the chosen successor than any of the other students, including those who were admitted based on recommendations, but she wasn't sure if Toshinori's strong arguments in favor of Izuku were influenced by his fanboy status. Overall, she didn't like it because Toshinori's actions bordered on favoritism. Nevertheless, she was unable to overlook a number of factors, some of which would have an impact on Izuku's time in the United Arab Emirates. When they were least expected, they were high. Since time would not be on their side going forward, Izuku needed every bit of assistance possible to make up for lost time as well as a lack of time. According to what she was told, Valhalla grudgingly agreed that a significant amount of time would be lost that neither she nor Toshinori could afford if either Eraserhead or Present Mike did what they typically do with new students on their first day of class. That, in her opinion, was the true purpose of this visit, to hint at what's coming and how Izuku should respond. However, she had a more curious motive for wanting to indulge that involved a particular item. Valhalla glanced subtly at a metallic object and remarked, "Now that bit of nonsense is taken care of, time for the other kind of nonsense, and you know what I mean." The shield Izuku had set by the bedroom door as soon as he got home was, of course, the object in question. He was already thinking about what could have caught Valhalla's eye this time, but he recalled that she had observed him tossing the shield at the enormous robot and the consequence of that action. Izuku handed the shield to Valhalla and said, "Well, it wasn't against the rules to bring it with me. Even Present Mike said so before we even took the written portion of the entrance exam." "No, it wasn't against the rules. Turns out there's a student that passed the exam, same as you, whose quirk allows him great feats of strength as long as he eats something sugary or loaded with sugar, which is why there was never a rule restricting what can and cannot be brought into the practical portion of the exam." Valhalla responded as she examined the shield while it was in her grasp. "It's been the experience of UA High and other high schools with hero courses that some quirks may require something extra so the person can use it to its full potential. You'll learn of past pro heroes that actually had to use a gadget or two in their line of work." When Izuku recalled another thing Toshinori had told her, Valhalla looked at her with suspicion. "Maybe you were thinking several steps ahead in starting a friendship with that maniac inventor. Or maybe you're at that age for when boys start thinking about girls differently." Valhalla had to stop laughing, but it wasn't because she saw Izuku's reaction to that last part. The thud she heard coming from the bedroom door was that sound. Perhaps it was too soft for Izuku to hear, but Valhalla could hear it well enough. Soon after today, she could already picture Inko giving Izuku the talk. "What are you, What? Valhalla found this part amusing because it appeared that she had given the young adolescent boy a kind of mental breakdown. When she thought she saw what appeared to be smoke coming out of Izuku's ears, she let it go for less than a minute. It wasn't until Valhalla laughed that Izuku realized she was making fun of him. At first, it annoyed him, but then he understood that perhaps Valhalla could answer a question he had about Mei Hatsume. Do you know if Mei Hatsume was also accepted? Valhalla chose to add a bit more fuel to the tantalizing fire by saying, I can see that she's rather cute and you're probably smitten with her looks. She found Izuku's mix of irritation and flushing amusing, and oddly, she could already picture the two of them in a relationship without Izuku acting as a human crash test dummy, if Toshinori's explanation was accurate. Yes, to answer your question. She passed in a way that caused some of the teachers to reconsider how they would give the entrance exam to students who wanted to enroll in the support course. Mei Hatsume was one of the few who had openly wanted to take the support course from the start, and Valhalla clarified what she meant when she said that not many people take the support course unless it was a backup choice in failing to secure a position in the hero course. Applicants to the support course had to show that they had exceptional aptitude for engineering or that they were able to quickly adapt to unexpected situations, which included being able to change a device to do something it normally wouldn't do in order to defuse a situation. According to Valhalla, who confirmed it with her own eyes after watching the recorded video multiple times, Mei Hatsume had chosen to bring in what she called a super cute baby, named Electromagnetic Bazooka. Valhalla told Izuku that those applying to the support course were told they had to defeat either 3 robots, which were worth only 1 point, or 1 robot, which was worth 3 points. They would have to do this either with an invention of their own design or with access to materials and create whatever they feel could do either of the jobs. After meeting up with Mei and showing her what had happened to the jacket she had made, Izuku couldn't recall ever seeing anything that might resemble a bazooka during the train ride he and Mei took to UA. In fact, he couldn't recall her carrying anything at all. Thankfully, Valhalla clarified that she saw Mei remove 2 silver-colored, mechanical-looking objects from her arms and then join them to form a bazooka. That was impressive enough, but what transpired next caused the teachers to reconsider how the support course practical test should be administered after this year. Mei was so excited to show off the electromagnetic bazooka that she forgot which end she was pointing at the targets. The electromagnetic bazooka was designed to have 2 different settings, one that would emit an electromagnetic pulse that would fry anything with a computer circuit board upon being hit, regardless of how strong the circuits might be against EMP attacks. The other setting was to create a strong electromagnetic field that would attract all ferrous metals in a limited area for a limited time. Additionally, it actually did both when she fired the weapon rather than just one of them. Even though Valhalla stated that it shouldn't have been possible for the gimmick to be yanked like it had been off the ground unless the magnetic attracting on it was being powered by a full-size nuclear power plant. Izuku visualized the scene as he explained what happened when Mei hit the trigger, how the device not only disabled the robots she was targeting in front of her but also disabled the gimmick that was on standby mode far behind her and created a strong magnetic attracting between the 2 sets of robots. Izuku kept his mouth shut because he didn't want to recall the moment when Mei's early magnetic technology was powerful enough to drag him off the beach and all the way out to a buoy at least 100 meters away. When he was pulled through the water and under it to the buoy, he didn't even slow down. In essence, they are considering prohibiting the creation or introduction of anything that is essentially a weapon for individuals applying to the support course. Valhalla concluded her account of what happened by saying, hopefully her teachers might be able to rein in her imagination a bit so she doesn't violate any kind of treaty that says no one is supposed to have WMDs or doomsday devices. Someone made the clear point that if she had pointed it upwards and accidentally fired it, the odds were good that she might have brought down a jetliner that was flying overhead. Izuku muttered, yeah, that's not going to stop her. He could already picture one of the examined judges approaching Mei and asking if she had made anything that, if misused, could actually level a city. To which Mei replied, don't worry about it. What? Valhalla was now the one who was perplexed by what she had heard. Izuku waved off his final remark, saying, never mind. He was relieved that Mei was also attending UA. At least he now knew he had one potential friend starting at the new high school. Back to the original matter at hand, Valhalla said, a little curious about Izuku's meaning, but she decided to ignore it because she wanted to discuss what would happen once he brought the shield to UA. Even though there are no laws prohibiting the use of this kind of shield on school property, several teachers are already wary of it. So I'm not supposed to bring it. Quote, according to Valhalla and Toshinori, this is one of those, damned if you do and damned if you don't, kind of situation. They agreed that the shield should remain secret for the time being, but they also agreed that there was no rational way to do so, essentially because there was currently no answer that would answer all of the questions, especially in light of what Izuku did with the shield. We discussed it and decided that the ultimate decision is still yours in regards to the shield if you want to bring it with you as you study to be a pro hero. Just to be clear, you can bluff that it was your quirk that made the shield defeat the gimmick. However, this bluff will only be effective once, so you'd better be careful who you use it against. And after I used the bluff, Valhalla was aware that it would require a great deal of luck in that area. Again, with some luck, it will be after some time and you'll have some answers to give to the ones that will ask about it. She could tell that Izuku thought similarly about what he did with the shield, but this time he was at least informed in advance that he would be asked a question for which he had no real answer other than one. The amount of time they had before the truth was discovered would depend on who asked him first. For this reason, Valhalla made the decision to try and find out if there was anything else in the shield's hidden memory that might provide them with the hints they needed to solve this specific puzzle. Holding the shield level between herself and Izuku, Valhalla said, well, wanna go for a spin with this again? Are you gonna use your quirk again to look at the hidden memory? Might as well, since the odds were good that even between the three of us, we might have missed something easily. Izuku's reluctance to follow Valhalla into the hidden memory with her quirk stemmed solely from the memory of the aftermath. I hope his stomach became sufficiently tough to withstand this journey into the past of the shield. Izuku nodded that he was prepared and grasped the shield with both hands. Valhalla felt the familiar feeling of entering a hidden memory as she triggered her soul sense, which took her completely by surprise. The first thing Valhalla and Izuku noticed when the memory started to play was that they were not on the beach they had seen previously. In actuality, their environments were completely different. Although neither of them was certain of their exact location, it seemed to be some sort of underground structure. With a frantic glance around him, Izuku said, this isn't the hidden memory we saw last time. Since this was the first time she had ever come across several hidden memories in a single object, Valhalla responded, no kidding. Where are we? As she attempted to comprehend what was going on, Izuku was beginning to feel anxious. Why ask me? I didn't even know where we were the last time, he said. Calm down, I was only asking out loud. Valhalla essentially told Izuku to do this before they both turned their attention to the burst of a stone wall in the hallway they were in. They were promptly corrected, however, when it was discovered that someone was being blasted through the stone wall rather than an explosion creating a hole in it. They both knew it was the same individual they had previously seen. The first obvious clues were the uniform and color scheme, which were soon followed by the shield emerging from the dust and rubble. Make no mistake, Captain America, I am superior to you in every way and I represent a kind of conviction you and your nation could never even hope to achieve, let alone overcome. We will be the rightful rulers of this world. Valhalla and Izuku were almost perplexed as to whether the man who entered the hole was a parody of All Might. They both thought that this, Captain America, was standing in front of a very muscular, blonde man with a look in his eye that made them shiver. As he stood up again and faced his opponent, Captain America remarked, oh, I get it. You think just because you can knock me down that I'll always stay down. Let me return the gesture, Master Man. Make no mistake that a bully, no matter how big or strong they appear to be, can never take what they can dish out. Both men then punched each other after saying that. Izuku took a direct hit to his own jaw from Captain America's punch and watched as the one known as Master Man narrowly missed hitting his target. Witnessing the punch collide was one thing, as the crack sound was audible to all, but witnessing the force of the blow was quite another. They were standing a few feet away from a stone wall when they saw someone get punched through it, if what they were seeing was real. Izuku and Valhalla followed to see what was going on between the two fighters when the one named Captain America hurried after the one named Master Man. Both of them witnessed a battle between two obviously talented fighters. Izuku was able to get a better look at the type of emblem on the so-called Master Man's chest during the battle. He recognized right away because he had recently studied World War II. Master Man screamed as he dodged a kick and then punched the shield, saying, even a fool knows when a battle is lost. I figured you the kind of man that have some sense on your shoulder. Only a fool would give up fighting for what's right. Until my very last breath, I won't stop fighting. The conviction conveyed in those words reverberated loudly for Valhalla upon hearing them. Izuku imagined All Might saying the same thing after hearing the same words. These two had such similar mindsets that they were essentially thinking the same thing. The time limit for viewing the hidden memory had passed, despite their desire to see how the fight would conclude. In an instant, Izuku and Valhalla both went back to their own world, with Valhalla utterly absorbed in her thoughts about what she had heard and seen. Izuku, too, was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he didn't notice a certain all too familiar feeling until it was too late to take action. After listening through the door for a while, Inko recognized the sound coming from the opposite side. She was somewhat trained to distinguish between noises and their potential causes because she had raised her son primarily alone for so long. When Inko heard the noise and opened the door, she knew what she would find, but she was unaware that her son was showing her lately that he was capable of the unexpected. Inko was obviously surprised to see her son essentially unconscious on the floor while the other occupant was still standing, a large vomit stain visible on her and the shield. When Valhalla made the decision to visit Izuku Midoriya, she did not anticipate that things would end this way. When she had the opportunity to discuss what she had just discovered with Toshinori, she was most certainly going to omit this. The last thing she wanted to give him was teasing ammunition of the word vomit variety. After what transpired with Valhalla, Izuku found solace in the next school day. If rumors spread that he had puked on a UA teacher, the amount of taunting he had previously experienced would be insignificant in comparison. He even reasoned that he would be happy to be referred to as the quirkless wonder rather than any made-up term that contained the word vomit. Izuku's positive thoughts about having to report to his high school principal were nearly derailed by such thoughts. The fact that he joined UA meant that he had no idea how the teacher would react. His classmates and teachers would have to accept that he was high. Izuku even thought of the ideal answer in case anyone in his class mentioned that UA. If they were going to accept him as a student, he lowered their standards. He would claim that he got in by genuinely trying, whereas the others did nothing at all, which, in their own words, made him far superior to the others. Strangely enough, when news began to circulate that he had passed the entrance exam, none of the other students made any remarks along those lines. Stranger still, Izuku didn't receive any false congratulations from the principal when he told him where he would be attending high school. He had anticipated that he would be accepted or that it would be a miracle that he was accepted because he was the next student in line after another student dropped out of acceptance. But he didn't hear any of that. Izuku, though, was still anticipating Katsuki Bakugo to receive recognition for joining UA High, which justified all of Bakugo's boasting. And as planned, it came to pass when he told their principal that he had also been accepted to the school. A place with a reputation like UA would naturally accept someone like Bakugo, according to the principal. Elevated, he paused to consider the possibility that the school might somehow capitalize on Bakugo's success by claiming to have helped develop the next great pro hero. If it was accurate, Izuku had already been written off as a footnote that would eventually be forgotten, which was a pretty harsh pill to swallow, but he chose not to let it bother him. Nobody warned him that being a pro hero would be simple, and based on Valhalla's previous statements, he would face challenges at UA every single minute of his life. Elevated, that implied that he would have to face whatever challenges he faced with the same fearless smile that his hero would wear. However, the current one had him being pushed hard out of sight while still on school property so that someone with a furious expression could do what he always did to him, so that smile would have to come in the next instant. Make use of whatever power Bakugo actually thought he had over Izuku. Bakugo practically demanded of Izuku, "What did you do to pass the entrance exam? You must have cheated somehow, right?" With one hand clutching Izuku's school shirt and the other in a fist, ready to strike. "I'm supposed to be the first and only student from this shit dumpster of a school to get into UA, but you had to go and screw that all up for me." After withdrawing his fist, Bakugo continued to yell at Izuku, "I warned you not to apply, you quirkless loser." Bakugo was about to punch Izuku in the face when he saw that Izuku's hand had seized the wrist of the hand he was using to hold his school shirt. It took hold of it and tightened its hold until it began to hurt. Although Izuku spoke softly, Bakugo could clearly hear every word as he said, "Someone I looked up to told me that I can become a hero. That's why I applied and that's why I am going." Izuku gave Bakugo a glance that the teen with the fiery temper had never seen before. A glance that truly caused him to question whether this was the same individual he had always despised without question. Just before Bakugo was forced to slap his hand away and lose his hold on his school shirt, Izuku yelled, "If you can't handle that, then why don't you quit right now? But like it or not, and I don't give a damn either way, I'm going to UA. Hi, and you can't stop me." Before Izuku decided to go first, the two teenagers started down each other for a few minutes. When Bakugo learned that he had been accepted into UA, Izuku knew that something similar was about to occur. Elevated. It also proved that some of the things he detested about Aldera Junior High would persist into high school even after he left. Izuku hoped that there was a chance for him to have a fresh start after graduating from junior high, even though he knew it was a stupid idea. Bakugo's anger toward Izuku escalated to a new level after he saw him leave the scene, causing him to instinctively clench both of his hands. At that moment, Bakugo felt something entirely different from one of his hands, or rather, he noticed something. Bakugo pulled back the sleeve of his school shirt and looked down to see a new bruise forming around his wrist. Shaped like a fingerprint, Izuku had just seized the same wrist, and Bakugo realized that he had been unaware of it until now. He was aware that strong emotions could block pain receptors, and Bakugo concluded that Izuku had angered him to the point where he was unaware of his injuries. On the other hand, Bakugo didn't inquire as to when his wrist injury occurred. If he hadn't been so furious, he would have realized that Izuku was the one who hurt him because bruises like this show up almost immediately. Right now, his only thoughts were the ones that made sense to him. What a worthless, eccentric nerd. Has yet to discover the true nature of the world. He has a big head because he believes he helped me when I was taken advantage of by that slime villain. Nothing else has kept him alive except for the fact that All Might saved his useless ass. Quote. His train of thought was interrupted by an idea. The one that made him think of all the times he had advised Deku to end his own life in the unlikely event that he would be born a pro hero in the next life. He made a mental connection that made perfect sense to him. Damn it, it's unbelievable that I missed it. Deku wanted to die a hero's death because he is so desperate to be a hero. That space-wasting, oddball loser most likely thought that dying while attempting to be a hero now would improve his chances of becoming a pro hero in his next life. And he was going to do it by taking advantage of me in the circumstance. He truly did what he did to get even with me. That damn loser. Quote. Bakugo believed that he had every right to be angry with Izuku. Additionally, he believed that he now had something that would help him channel his rage and even show the entrance exam judges that he was better than he currently was. It made no difference how Deku entered UA. No one likes a quirkless person, much less letting him take the entrance exam, so it's high that such a school would actually accept him. To ensure that no one ever doubted his value or what it meant to be a pro hero, he would crush Deku in front of the entire school. Bakugo thought. Deku was grinning the whole time as he looked in the direction Izuku had gone before disappearing from view. The kind of smile one gets when they think they've completely screwed someone else over and they have no idea it. However, Bakugo was certain that he was not a fool, and he was not going to be Deku's fool either. Have a great first day at UA. Deku, hi, your dead body will serve as a reminder to all students, past and present, of what it takes to be a pro hero and that I am not even inferior to anyone else after I crush you without even breaking a sweat. Quote. Katsuki Bakugo thought that about someone he had previously viewed as below trash, but not someone who should be put down and then scraped off his shoes like the shit stain he really was. However, Izuku Midoriya's ideas were as dissimilar from Bakugo's as they could be. He was thinking about what Valhalla had told him, which was that he would always have to convince the teachers and the school that he was a worthy student. That level of pressure was difficult enough, but it was made even more intense by the additional pressure of what he thought Bakugo would do. Izuku was never openly targeted on his first day at Aldera Junior High because everyone else, including Bakugo, was more or less reserved because nobody really knew anyone else. After perhaps an hour of reserve, Bakugo made it apparent that he was superior to every other student, both individually and collectively. Izuku recalled that as soon as Bakugo's quirk appeared, all of the teachers praised him, saying that he would be better or the best there ever was because of his quirk alone. It must have been some sort of record for him to hold back that long. Izuku reflected on that instance as well and questioned whether Bakugo should have been taught humility at that particular time in his life. On the one hand, having such a sense might have improved him as a person and extended their friendship. On the other hand, Bakugo received more praise from the adults than any of the other students, according to Izuku. Izuku could already imagine Bakugo using his explosive quirk on that individual while asserting that his quirk wasn't intended to be suppressed, not even for a split second, even if someone attempted to teach him humility. Izuku was thinking about things he knew, things he could only suspect, and things that could result from both during the whole walk home from school. Izuku briefly recalled that on his first day at Aldera Junior High, he experienced some anxiety, which his mother assured him was normal. It wasn't even his first day at UA when he compared how he felt then to how he felt now. Izuku had a strong feeling that this next phase of his life would undoubtedly be the most difficult. Izuku thought about what All Might did while attending UA in an attempt to lighten his mood at the very depressing thoughts. Elevated. Almost everyone in the nation was aware that this was the beginning of the symbol of peace and justice, but now that Izuku thinks about it, nobody truly understood what high school was like for him. Did All Might ever feel like he was in over his head, or was he so confident in himself that he was unfazed by any obstacle that stood in his way? Izuku imagined the power of One for All materializing in the palm of his hand as he looked at it. When he began to reflect on All Might's high school years, his mind kept asking three questions. Did he have an advantage over the other students because of the One for All power? Since it made sense to assume that if power could be transferred from one person to another, then something else was also transferred, that was the most obvious question. He was informed by All Might that the previous owner of the power would somehow enhance it before transferring it to the next person. How many people had One for All before All Might got it was the question that was related to the first one. Izuku believed that answering the question would take a long time because it seemed to require several responses in order for everything to make sense. The next obvious question followed. During their time in the United Arab Emirates, did All Might make the most of One for All? High at various times during his high school career, if at all. Was it possible for the next possessor to surpass the previous one in strength because the power was enhanced as it was passed down? And if so, does that imply that it increases in strength exponentially or due to a combination of factors? In one of his science classes, Izuku recalled learning about the different types of measurements and the idea of decibels, which are scaled differently than things like time or distance. Decibel measurements are logarithmically scaled, so a 10 decibel increase is equivalent to a 10-fold increase, and so on, since a 20 decibel increase would be equivalent to a 20-fold increase. That idea of measurement, which multiplies the increase rather than adding to it, could strongly imply that All Might held back a lot while he was in possession of One for All. If that were the case with One for All, and to be honest, there was nothing to suggest that it was or wasn't, so this was at best speculative thinking. The One for All quirk's transferability was the only factor that supported this theory. Until All Might informed Izuku that he could transfer his power, Izuku thought that everyone else in the world shared his belief that quirks are all untransferable, just like One for All. This brought up the third question, which, when Izuku honestly considered it, actually made him feel afraid. How strong was the person who hurt All Might? Despite the fact that over 80% of the world's population exhibits a quirk, it was generally believed that only 50% of the different types of quirks were even recognized. Some said that was almost too generous, while others said that if they were being honest, the number might have been as high as 35%. Furthermore, Izuku had to concur with those who assert that the world hardly knew anything about quirks beyond the surface, given that he was aware of a real quirk that could be transferred. And that alone meant that since villains with what could be considered common quirks showed up almost every day of the week, there was no way for someone with a quirk that could harm someone like All Might to appear out of nowhere. And that was the link between the three questions. All Might was attending UA at the time. One person in the nation, High, had a peculiarity that either made him powerful from the beginning or made him powerful as All Might when he began his journey to become the symbol of justice and peace. Izuku allowed that thought to continue as he raised his hand to the sky, particularly because it relates to his research on the alleged historical period when he first observed the hidden memory inside the shield. According to history, the Nazi Party gained enough strength to begin attacking and invading all of Europe at that point. However, Izuku saw that the Nazi Party had already invaded Germany, which was essentially their home country, before that actually occurred, and that almost no one had either noticed or cared enough about it at the time. In any event, it wasn't until the Nazis began openly attacking other nations that they really began to garner attention. This implied that there were people working behind the scenes, making plans and actions that other governments around the world were unaware of before they declared war and launched an attack. Similar to that point in the past, someone was working behind the scenes for years before they felt prepared to face All Might, or All Might just so happened to find out about their plans before they were completely prepared. That was most likely one of the reasons All Might claimed he made sure the general public was never aware of the fight, because he had learned something that would likely spark a panic even if he kept the extent of his injuries from the fight a secret. It began to make some sense as to why All Might and Valhalla would initially be training covertly, and Izuku sincerely wished he hadn't had that thought. Since he had only recently been given one for all and had been severely injured when using it once at full strength, it seemed reasonable that they would want to help him be as prepared as possible when using it. Because he threw his arm out of socket when he threw the shield, he still experiences a sort of phantom pain in his shoulder. In essence, they gave the impression that they wanted to teach him how to run in a leg race after he eventually learned to walk. However, Izuku was now forced to acknowledge that it was possible that they both knew something and believed that the moment wasn't right for him to find out, that his training and self-improvement in every way should be the primary focus as soon as possible. Izuku reflected, Valhalla was correct when she said that now is the time for me to start growing up. Izuku experienced numerous other moments in his life when he felt like he was carrying the entire burden of the world because he was born with a quirk. He now understood that society as a whole had been against him all along. When he accepted the power of one for all from All Might, he also accepted a level of responsibility that would have made others run for cover. He figured out what it was, and if it was true, he really hoped it wasn't. The fact that this phone was ringing and that he could see it was All Might texting him to meet at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park was a relief to Izuku, who was in dire need of a diversion. Even though that portion of the text was essentially a warning, he was also relieved that Mei Hatsume was waiting there with him. Mei's got that look in her eyes, the warning said. In spite of that warning, Izuku once more imagined Mei saying or doing something, and All Might asking her out of concern. Her response seemed to be, "Don't worry about it, forever." Izuku hurried to the beach as soon as he could after texting his mother to let her know he would be late returning home and to let her know where he was. There, he saw Mei and All Might, in his true form, talking about something. Or rather, based on their conversational style, they were deeply debating something. Instead of calling out to them, Izuku approached them to listen to their discussion without interjecting. The fact that they have access to such materials doesn't mean that you can get to use them. If anything, you are to come up with ways to counter them, not utilize them. Mei was speaking in the true form of All Might. That is, 1 decibel short of shouting it. Mei practically screamed back, then engaged All Might in a stare-down. Counter radioactive materials. Hasn't that already been invented? If anything, I could actually use such material that could power a large-scale trap against villains that might be too much for the standard containment means. Not using it seems more like a waste of items and opportunities. A growl of frustration escaped All Might before he could respond. You're not listening. Not everyone, not even the support agencies that develop tech and gear for pro heroes, have access to what is without question restrictive materials. The only reason the school has them is so that any kind of test for any tech or gear you develop can be thoroughly tested before being used actively in the field. Especially with students. Mei placed her hands on her hips and delivered a look that Izuku had hardly ever seen before. And that's the problem, she exclaimed. Although he has occasionally witnessed Mei become irritated, this seemed to be a completely different kind of annoyance. You're going to be training students to handle literally all kinds of situations and scenarios that will happen when they graduate, and we both know that there are going to be situations that have never happened before out in the world, but at least they can be planned for. Those that are in the support course have those same kind of factors as those in the hero course, but saying that you're going to limit the students in the support course is basically saying that you'll tell the students in the hero course how to do anything with only one arm because the other is tied behind their backs. At this point, All Might began to feel as though he was shouting into a brick wall. We actually do train for that because, as you just said, we have to get the students ready for anything, imaginable and unimaginable. The support course has to learn just like those in the hero course to make do with what they have at hand and where they are. And if what they need to have at hand to do the work of a pro hero is something that cannot be used because it's labeled restricted, do they tell the people that got hurt or the family and loved ones of those they failed to save as to the reason why said pro hero couldn't do their job? Something inside of Toshinori hoped Mei Hatsume wouldn't put that in his face. At least when he was in high school, that was a lesson that all students aspiring to be pro heroes had to learn. A part of him also hoped that it would be some time before he had to teach a student that lesson, sufficient time to at least comprehend the type of pupils he would be instructing and the most effective way to introduce the lesson to them. Toshinori came to the realization that he ought to have been more aware of Mei's involvement. He should have realized after witnessing the girl's creative mind in action more than once that the only time she wasn't making something was most likely when she was sleeping. When Mei Hatsume was involved, even that seemed like a stretch. Fortunately for Toshinori, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Izuku had been approaching the two of them, so he didn't have to think of a reply. Before turning back to face Mei, Toshinori remarked, "Ah, good. I was starting to wonder when you would show up, young Midoriya. We'll finish this discussion another time." Mei merely huffed in response, then folded her arms across her chest and turned away, her face displaying annoyance. Izuku didn't inquire as to the subject of their disagreement. He was able to get a sense of the nature of their argument from that section alone. All Might texted him about Mei having that look, and he wondered if that was the reason. Izuku asked, "So, what did you call me out here to talk about?" But then he felt a chill go up his spine and turned to face Mei, whose face went from irritated and angry to hopeful and excited. "I'm guessing it has something to do with Mei." When Mei gave a firm shake of her head in the affirmative response, Izuku's anxiety increased by a number of levels. All Might rubbed the back of his head and said, "Well, yes and no." He then sighed, "Well, it's going to take some time to explain, so bear with me at least on this." Izuku was informed by All Might that despite having accepted a teaching position at UA, Hai was instructed to keep quiet about it until the school could issue a formal statement. Additionally, he told Izuku that he had done nothing to help him get accepted to the high school. Izuku enjoyed hearing that he did get in on his own merits because it increased his confidence that he was demonstrating his value as All Might's heir. All Might explained that he asked the inventor if she could create some sort of training equipment for Izuku to help him learn to control his quirk after witnessing what happened to him when he took down the zero-pointer in the mock battle simulation. All Might intended for each of Izuku's limbs to have a training weight that would gradually increase in weight or resistance as he figured out how to use more strength without seriously hurting himself. Mei produced something that was comparatively close to the request made by All Might. Aside from the fact that he distinctly recalled not seeing a duffel bag close to Mei's feet, the first thing that perplexed Izuku was that she took something out of the bag that appeared to be the jacket that Izuku had given her, but it was essentially a one-piece jumpsuit. Izuku's reaction to seeing what Mei was holding was essentially just the sound and thought, say, hello, to the Mark 21 shield training jumpsuit. Mei exclaimed, her voice clearly full of enthusiasm. Izuku knew how he sounded when he repeated Mei's words, shield, training, jumpsuit, but his mind was struggling to process what he was seeing. Izuku recalled the appearance of a straight jacket, and for some reason, perhaps due to all of his prior encounters with Mei and her earlier iterations of the shield jacket, it seemed to him that he was truly viewing Mei's straight jacket. Yeah, when Mei began to describe what she had made, All Might agreed. He wondered if the girl, who possessed extraordinary creativity and imagination, might have 2 or 3 loose screws in her head at the same time. Anyways, Mei said that this jumpsuit can do both what the jacket could do and what I want it to do. Before turning to face Izuku, Mei said, "Allow me to explain it." Her eyes had the expression one would anticipate from a predator seeing its prey. Izuku tried to flee with Mei in hot pursuit, but Toshinori couldn't really blame him for feeling a little panicked despite all the power he possessed. Given that she was running on sand and could easily keep up with Izuku, Toshinori pondered whether Mei had some other special ability that enabled her to move more quickly than the human eye could detect. Izuku didn't even get 100 years away before Mei tackled him to the ground, so either that or she was accustomed to her test subjects fleeing from her. Toshinori felt that this girl should always be a warning sign because of something about her. An obvious warning not to underestimate her or to do so at your own peril. Izuku had a puzzled expression on his face, and Mei stood proudly in what must have been some sort of time record. The green-haired boy was obviously perplexed by how the girl with the pink hair managed to get him into a jumpsuit. Now, this jumpsuit has all the same functions as the jacket. The functions where you can call the shield to your arms and even carry it on your back without straps. But when I was asked to create a kind of training outfit for you, I managed to set up the magnetic field to create a kind of resistance in motion that increases by design of the wearer. During the initial iterations and testing, Izuku was already experiencing flashbacks to the times the jacket dragged him or threw heavy objects at him. When Mei turned it on, he began scanning his surroundings to see if anything might fly at him or if he would wind up flying at something else. When he turned on the jumpsuit, he prayed that no jetliner would fly over his head. In short, You don't have to put on a lot of weights on your limbs and have to lumber around with oversized weights. The jumpsuit will increase the resistance as per your settings. Toshinori was aware that Valeria had already given Izuku the book on meditation techniques so he could learn how to enter a state of mind that would allow him to instantly determine how much power he could use in attacks from One for All. However, they both concurred that integrating the two training modalities, mental and physical, as well as adding all of the coursework that UA. Since Hai was going to treat him cruelly, there had to be a way to lessen the load so Izuku wouldn't become overburdened. Izuku would eventually have to learn a lot, and if you were to tell him half of it, he would run screaming for cover. Toshinori hoped it would suffice for starters, even though it wasn't much. His mind was racing with those ideas as Mei went on to describe how the jumpsuit could aid Izuku's training. Before Izuku arrived, she had already given Toshinori the main points of the information, so he wasn't particularly interested in the specifics. For his part, Izuku paid attention to all that Mei had to say, but not merely out of politeness. He did it out of habit because he wanted to know exactly how to turn off every single device Mei made in case it broke down. Which, based on experience, had a 9 out of 10 ratio. Mei gave Izuku a small handheld device that had a red arrow on it and what appeared to be a dial in the middle. So, this is the remote control for the jumpsuit. This dial here helps adjust the level of resistance you want to experience. Mei rotated the dial until the red arrow pointed to a lit up 1 on the device's surface. Izuku felt his whole body grow heavier at that very moment. Mei turned the dial to a 2 and said, "At this setting, your body weight is essentially doubled." Izuku was taken aback this time when he felt his whole body nearly crash to the ground if he hadn't prepared. It felt like he was just making sure his feet were flat so he wouldn't topple over when he first braced himself. This time, he thought he might need to use his arms to prevent himself from dropping to the ground entirely. And at this setting, your body weight is doubled again. Each level increases the resistance exponentially. Meaning that while setting 1 is on, it's as if there's 2 Izukus, and with setting 2 would mean that there's 4 Izukus. Toshinori inquired. Correct, said Mei. Mei's creation appeared to have impressed Toshinori. The fact that she had avoided causing an explosion or any other issue that might have called for a fire extinguisher actually impressed me. Looking back at Izuku, Toshinori saw that he was having difficulty adjusting to the increased weight on his body. Since Izuku's participation was required for the other portion of this demonstration, he was on the verge of shouting at the child to begin using his quirk. Before Toshinori could say anything, Izuku realized and began using at least 5% of One for All. When he concentrated on using his quirk to strengthen his legs, he began to feel the weight that was on him start to lift. Mei was astounded by what she saw when she saw Izuku standing erect and wearing the jumpsuit on level 2. She had inquired about Izuku's peculiarity, but many of the responses she received were evasive or intended to sidestep the subject completely. Although she was aware that something was being withheld and wasn't a fool, she wasn't particularly bothered by it. She wasn't sure, but applying her knowledge and abilities in ways that seemed to challenge her made her feel as though she was simultaneously bettering herself and Izuku. It took a lot of creative thinking to find a reliable way to use an individual's own effort during exercise to genuinely recharge the batteries that can absorb said charges via skin contact, but what she came up with helped her understand other possibilities that she could also explore. For instance, designing a jumpsuit of this type that would instantly increase the wearer's weight would be ideal as a foundation for villain capture devices. Particularly any villain with a speed-boosting ability. If you're experiencing a simulated gravity effect that is more intense than being on Jupiter, you can't really flee. Izuku made every effort to adapt to his feelings. Although his legs were firm, he had the sensation that his arms were being pulled downward as though someone were attempting to pull them down, and the rest of his body appeared to be doing the same. Toshinori turned to face Izuku and noticed the effort the boy was making. He was a little perplexed by the sweat that was beginning to accumulate on his forehead. Toshinori could see that while Izuku's legs were holding up, the rest of the body wasn't. Toshinori felt that observing Izuku in this state for a brief moment was sufficient proof to support his theory about the character. As I suspected, you are using the power of your quirk, but it is definitely not focused throughout your body. Toshinori replied. Toshinori continued to explain his point after Izuku and Mei turned to face him again. You're focusing your power into your legs, which is why you're still standing, but the rest of your body is under the pressure that the jumpsuit is creating, which is why it looks like you about to double over and fall to the ground. Mei turned to face Izuku and immediately recognized another hint at Izuku's peculiarity. She had long suspected that Izuku's quirk was something like an unexpected energy boost, which is why he was so pushed in his physical training, but now she had one that she didn't have before. Mei visualized it as a machine with the appropriate wiring and a power source. More power can be used before burnout with better wiring. When Toshinori went on, he was careful to steer his remarks in a certain direction so that Mei wouldn't suspect one for all. Your quirk allows for great power, but from the looks of things, you're only focusing it on key points in your body instead of your entire body. I figured that was the main problem, and this jumpsuit will help with that. Now, focus on the amount of power you're currently using to every point in your body, not just your legs. Okay, but how best to do that? I mean, I read the book that Valhalla gave me about spreading out my senses, but how does one do that with a quirk? When Izuku said that, Toshinori saw the bewildered expression on Mei's face. The group's adult realized that the teenager had made a mistake because almost everyone who was born with a quirk learned to associate it with their senses early on, to the point where it became second nature to them. He had to reword it quickly and hope Mei would forget what Izuku had said. Have you forgotten that a quirk is part of the body in the same way the heart and the lungs are? You can control your breathing to the point where you can stop air from going into your lungs or steady your heart rate. It's finer muscle control, but it still is muscle control, and right now, you're only controlling your legs. Time to take control of your entire body. Izuku was about to ask All Might for more details again when he became aware that Mei had been observing him the entire time. As he asked the question, he also realized that he was about to say the quirk's name directly in front of her. Izuku was thankful that the warning thought had come to him at the last second, because he felt like a total moron for not even having it in his mind the entire time. Mei pointed to her own eyes and exclaimed, "He's right, Zuzu. Take me for example and my quirk. I can see several kilometers into the distance with my quirk. When I first got it, I had a hard time just looking around because my gaze would shift all over the place, and there were so many times I thought I was standing somewhere else when I hadn't even moved from one spot." It was difficult to manage her quirk during the first few months, and Mei recalled those times as if they had just happened. Her peculiarity caused her to believe she had traveled a considerable distance in a matter of seconds, even when she was only walking a few blocks from her home. She believed she had crossed a street, but she hadn't even arrived at the street crossing yet, which led to her nearly getting into an accident multiple times. At first, it was difficult for her to read because Mei would almost zoom in like a microscope if she concentrated too much on the text in front of her. Before she received basic quirk training to control her quirk, some of her teachers even believed she was dyslexic or illiterate. Mei said that to Izuku, and it was like a light bulb going off inside his head. In fact, he didn't even consider what it must have been like for someone with a quirk like Mei's, and how they had to train themselves to stay so focused. Izuku was also motivated by this, since he could perform on par with Mei if she had to train herself in such a precise manner because it involved her eyesight. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the nature of quirks, and his respect for Mei increased significantly. Izuku considered the best way to distribute the power throughout his body. He recalled the time All Might had made him push that boulder to show him where to begin. He began to understand, though, that he had concentrated the majority of his controllable power in his arms during that portion of his training. His arms alone possessed the power of one for all, even though he was also using his legs. Izuku concentrated and used all of his senses to help guide the power inside of him, keeping it at a level that he could safely control. At first, it was difficult, like attempting to hold on to a specific end of a wind-blown string. But as soon as he thought he had it, Izuku felt one for all's power fill his entire body. Izuku also noticed that the weight he was fighting against, the pull of his body, decreased to the point where he could just stand up straight without having to worry about toppling over. Mei and Toshinori both observed as Izuku began to emit what appeared to be electrical sparks. Toshinori saw it as evidence that Izuku had successfully summoned one for all and had it permeate every part of his body. Although it was encouraging, Toshinori believed that Izuku still had a long way to go before he could truly claim to have mastered this degree of control. Mei was astounded by the scene in which Izuku found himself, with the power of his quirk beginning to emanate from him. She began to consider ways to better utilize this power for any potential future designs or redesigns. Izuku examined his hands and his posture. He was so happy about his achievement that it was more than enough to make him smile broadly. "Yes, I did it," Izuku exclaimed, glancing at the other two. Toshinori was impressed and said, "Not bad, kid. That's one big step you took right there. Amazing, Zuzu. Mei thought that what she was witnessing was a significant turning point for Izuku. She was truly delighted for Izuku. She was too thrilled, though, to notice that the controller she was holding began to spark a little and that the dial inexplicably changed from level 2 to level 4. None of the three of them could respond quickly enough to the device appearing to short out, even though they all saw it happen. Izuku in particular. Anyone observing from a distance would have assumed that Mei and Toshinori were the victims of some sort of explosion. That is one way to interpret the abrupt sand burst from the ground, but that isn't exactly what happened. Izuku's entire body collided with the ground due to the sudden increase in his total weight. As a result, Izuku appeared to have plummeted from a considerable height and shattered into the earth when it hit it. Toshinori swiftly lifted Izuku from the ground after Mei quickly fixed the device and turned it off. They were both frantically trying to find out how Izuku was doing. When he crashed into the ground, Izuku essentially spat out what appeared to be several pounds of sand that he had swallowed. Toshinori exhaled in relief that no lasting harm had been done before inquiring about the jumpsuit's transition from level 2 to level 8 and its strength at level 4. Mei responded sheepishly, "I guess the wiring I used wasn't as good as it looked when I salvaged it. Don't worry, I know what to use in the next build." Toshinori looked at Mei and instructed her to respond to his other question. "Well, since level 1 is like double the weight of Izuku and level 2 is 4 times the weight, level 4 would be about 0.16 times Izuku's weight." Toshinori became extremely concerned because he thought Izuku might have suffered serious internal injuries in addition to breaking some bones if he suddenly became 16 times heavier than normal. Toshinori wanted to confirm his suspicions about the answer to the question, "How many levels did you build into the jumpsuit?" 10 levels. When Toshinori heard that, his eyes widened. The suit could have increased Izuku's weight to 1024 times his normal weight, if his calculations were accurate based on what Mei had told him. Izuku would have been buried several meters beneath the beach or would have died before he even reached the ground due to the sudden, extreme strain on his entire body if the suit had malfunctioned and reached its maximum level. Toshinori's concern for Izuku's safety surged as he saw his stunned face and the sand particles he appeared to be spitting out. This was noticed by Mei. "Don't worry, I can easily install a fail-safe feature that makes it so that if the levels jump past a single digit, like if it went from level 1 to level 3, then the jumpsuit will automatically turn off. That way this won't happen again." Mei smiled at Toshinori, but it didn't make the slightest bit of anxiety go away. He actually felt as though his level of worry increased. Izuku's words, "Let me guess, don't worry about it," gave the two hope that he hadn't actually sustained a serious head injury. Or he had, but he could still do some things. Of course, Mei was relieved that Izuku appeared to still believe in her skills. Toshinori shifted his eyes back and forth between the two teenagers before shaking his head incredulously. He was aware that neither Mei nor Izuku would follow his instructions for very long, even if he told them to stop doing anything else and told Izuku to stop wearing the jumpsuit. Izuku continued to wear this jumpsuit after Mei made additional changes or completely redesigned it, though he wasn't sure why he wouldn't follow instructions, especially in light of what had just transpired. He had witnessed the type of friendship that had grown between these two, and it brought back memories of his old sidekick David Shield. Perhaps it was Toshinori's nostalgia for the interactions between Mei and Izuku. At this point, Toshinori could only shake his head, regardless of the situation. Izuku would be the most troublesome student that UA, according to Valeria, never felt so high. Perhaps for the hero course, as I now believe Mei Hatsume may actually outperform Izuku in that regard, which is not good at all. A momentary smile did cross Toshinori's face as he had another idea. The majority of students never arrive at UA completely prepared. Elevated. I'm not sure if UA, by the time these two begin attending, high is sufficiently prepared. There are 3 ways to wake up in the morning, according to popular belief. You feel rejuvenated and prepared to face the challenges of the day when you wake up. Either because your proverbial batteries haven't been fully recharged from yesterday's events, or because you couldn't sleep through the night, you wake up feeling the need to sleep some more. You wake up in a bad mood because you know what's going to happen to you and how, before you face the difficulties that lie ahead, you are fully aware that they could have all been prevented but weren't because of circumstances beyond your control. These 3 can be described in a variety of ways, but on this specific morning, it was the kind that everyone wished would occur more frequently. Given what she knew would happen the next morning, Momo Yaoyorozu felt as though she would not be able to sleep well. However, the teenager was undoubtedly roused by the excitement more quickly than she had ever experienced before. It seemed as though the excitement that would keep her up all night took a hint and waited for the right moment to overwhelm Momo's thoughts. Momo made the decision to start the day a little earlier than planned when she opened her eyes and realized the alarm was only 5 minutes away from going off. In addition, she discovered that, at this time of year, when the sun was just beginning to rise, she always seemed to wake up a little earlier. Momo interpreted this as a positive indication for the rest of the day. My first day at UA. Elevated. I'm practically eager to get going. As Momo stretched her arms above her head and sat up in her bed, she thought to herself. After she was done, Momo stretched out both of her legs by swinging them out so they hung over her bed. Momo jumped out of bed after experiencing the gratifying sensation of her muscles becoming limber again, indicating that the excitement she was experiencing was rapidly reviving her body. She was getting so excited that Momo forgot something was lacking. It took a moment for her to realize her current predicament after she saw her reflection in the full-body mirror in her bedroom. Yes, exactly. It's unbelievable how thrilled I was to start at UA that I neglected to wear my nightgown. Or was it habit that prevented me from doing so? Momo pondered for a moment before putting the idea out of her mind entirely and turning her attention back to the events of the day. Momo's ability to create anything inorganic from the lipids in her own body was known as creation. Momo felt that using her quirk required using her hands, at least when it first appeared. She and her parents quickly discovered that her quirk utilized her entire bare skin. That was demonstrated the night Momo had a nightmare in which she saw something attacking her from behind and made what she thought were wings on her back so she could fly away. In reality, Momo created what appeared to be wings but were actually metallic rather than feathery, just like in her dream. Fortunately, they didn't weigh much when still fastened to her back, but they tore through her sleeping clothes with ease. According to certain quirk studies, if a person is having a particularly vivid dream, it may in some way, even for a brief period of time, activate their quirk. Momo and her parents thought it was a fluke and agreed that's what happened. Something that is unlikely to occur again. Unfortunately, during that first year of her quirk, that was shown to be untrue at least a dozen more times. On occasion, it even occurred on her arms and legs. Even her stomach was affected once. Momo wasn't in any real danger of injuring herself while she slept because nothing sharp or hazardous looked present. However, Momo decided to stop wearing anything when she went to bed because it happened so frequently. Since she only needed to replace her bed linens twice, they generally fared better than her clothes. However, Momo eventually grew accustomed to sleeping in the nude and continued to do so for many years because it took her so long to find a state of mental calm while she slept that would prevent her quirk from activating. She only recently made an attempt to resume sleeping in something like a nightgown or just a shirt and sweatpants, but as they say, bad habits don't go away. Another question that occasionally crossed Momo's mind as she prepared for the day at her main dresser was whether or not she was a covert exhibitionist. She didn't find it liberating to sleep naked, but it felt more natural than it had before her quirk appeared and began destroying her evening clothes. After being accepted to UA, Momo recalled. She was required to complete the hero costume application in High's hero course, which included a detailed list of her desired hero costume. Her initial submission was denied because it violated the exposed skin in costume bill's rules. She was compelled to resubmit her paperwork and redesign her hero costume with additional restrictions that she believed went against her quirk, even though she was certain that she had complied with the rules when she first created her outfit and that she had been explicit about the nature of her quirk and how she could use it. She was certain that, depending on what she had to make in a particular circumstance, her costume would be easily torn to pieces if it came to that. If there were government officials who were concerned that she might expose too much skin, their concerns would be dispelled by the law that permitted her quirk. To put it briefly, Momo knew that she would occasionally do something that the exposed skin in costume bill would consider unlawful, and that neither she nor those government representatives could do anything about it. This made it difficult for her to be a pro-hero legally and carry out her responsibilities as required. She wasn't overly concerned that her uniform might sustain irreparable damage. At least she had the advantage of being able to quickly replace it with her quirk. When Momo saw that she was overanalyzing something that was similar to Step 25, and that today was the beginning of Step 1, she shook her head and looked at her reflection. Entering the UA, being high was a significant step toward her goal of becoming a pro-hero, and worrying excessively about something over which she currently had no control would not benefit her in the slightest. She could make sure that she would leave a positive impression on her classmates. Although she was accepted to the top junior high school in Aichi Prefecture, this did not mean that she would be the only person to receive recommendations. If anything, it meant that she needed to hold herself to even higher standards because it took more than just stellar grades to get a recommendation, even a single one. Momo was able to get ready a bit quicker than usual because her bedroom had a private bathroom with a walk-in shower. She reasoned that the excitement she was experiencing at starting a new school made her want to get clean and showered a little more. After getting out of the shower, Momo took care to maintain her balance so she wouldn't slip on the bathroom floor or do anything else that could ruin her day. After drying herself off and returning her towel to the towel rack, Momo returned to her dresser and began combing her hair while glancing in the mirror. Counting to at least 25 on each of the 4 sections of her hair, the front and back sides, was part of her routine. Because it was possible that someone or something could grab her hair during a fight, Momo had considered cutting her hair shorter. Although combing her long, dark hair wasn't a hassle, Momo was certain that she would have to think about it once she was permitted to serve on active duty. She had to remind herself that she was overanalyzing again, so she decided to put that thought away for later. Momo was aware that it was a bad habit to form, and she occasionally caught herself overanalyzing, which led to some mistakes that were easily preventable. She first discovered how much of her own lipids are used in everything she makes and what happens if she uses her quirk excessively. Momo couldn't express how thrilled she was when her quirk first appeared. How could she not be? Even her parents thought she had won some sort of quirk lottery since she could make almost anything as long as she knew what she was making. They realized that Momo had somehow inherited both of her parents' quirks after witnessing it in action. For 2 reasons, both of her parents had frequently pondered whose peculiarity she would inherit. As a sort of photosynthesis quirk, her father was able to absorb sunlight and store energy in his body, much like a plant does. Some compared it to the Pro Hero Fat Gum, but Momo's father explained that it would temporarily boost his physical capabilities, but that once he expended all of the energy, he would essentially crash and require 2 days of rest. Sun lamps would be needed to speed up the recovery, but overall his quirk was only effective for 12 hours, and he was never able to figure out a way to spread it out so that if something took 10 minutes, all of his power would go into that 10 minutes whether he wanted it or not. The peculiarity of Momo's mother was unique in that it could be used in a variety of ways. The whole electromagnetic spectrum was palpable to her. Although she couldn't see it, she could somewhat control it. She was able to identify when something that was invisible to the human eye, like the material used in motion tracking detection equipment, was being used thanks to the quirk. She was able to control the energy waves in a similar way to how airplanes could be undetectable by radar after some practice. Additionally, it gave her the ability to take over machines, but only for a brief period of time and only when she was physically present to control the energy inside the machine. She was able to launch a company that specialized in making custom machinery and devices because of her mother's peculiarity. Although it wasn't the type of business that assisted in the development of Pro Hero support devices, it did venture into this field as the business grew. She could assist in the development of a machine so that any potential function problems could be resolved before the machine itself was unveiled because she could control machines, even to the extent that she could. In order for the business to produce something that would either be needed or desired in the near future, her father's intelligence enabled him to forecast the marketing environment. For her parents, their daughter was essentially the best of both of their qualities combined. Naturally, Momo recalled occasionally hearing him express his satisfaction that their daughter inherited her mother's appearance. Momo did, however, regret not using her father's intelligence much earlier after discovering the potential of her quirk. As time went on, Momo thought that she wanted to see how many Russian nesting dolls she could make after learning that she could make them. She felt that these dolls were a sort of parable to the nature of quirks. Unfortunately, she discovered within 10 minutes that her body could only use a very small quantity of lipids to make the Russian nesting dolls. Almost instantly, her body shut down, causing Momo to faint and collapse on the ground. The doctors had already informed her parents of the cause of her condition and the dangers it posed if it persisted when she woke up. Momo started learning as much as she could about the characteristics of lipids in the human body after being informed that her quirk depended on them to function. She discovered that lipids served a variety of purposes in the human body, including the transportation of fat-soluble nutrients, internal energy stores, hormone regulation, nerve impulse transmission, and even the cushioning of vital organs. Overall, Momo's peculiarity necessitated something that her body itself needed in order to survive and function. The doctor made sure to emphasize to Momo how dangerous it would be if she pushed herself too hard again, but he said there was no indication of any long-term or permanent harm brought on by her overusing her quirk and depleting her lipids. Momo didn't have to do much of her own research before she thought the doctor wasn't just trying to scare her. Momo studied her quirk as much as she could after coming to that realization. She devoured every book she could find that discussed the peculiarities that could create or even control matter. Momo took a while to fully understand the type of information, but once she did, she discovered that her quirk was capable of more than just producing merely inorganic objects and matter. Momo's parents enrolled her in a private academy school, and it was because of this specific quest to learn more about her quirk that she was able to outperform the majority of her peers. She developed a habit of being focused and diligent in all things academic, for which she was secretly thankful. As she was halfway through combing her hair, Momo reminded herself that, despite the fact that she had abused her quirk, the lessons she had learned from it had benefited her in ways she was unaware of at first glance. She recalled her father saying that, "A mistake is only as bad as those who don't remember the lessons from it," when they were returning her home from the hospital. It took Momo a while to realize that her father must have experienced a similar episode when his quirk first appeared and likely ended up in the hospital multiple times due to overusing it. With her quirk, Momo even entertained the idea that her mother might be the same. Given her degree of machine control, it's possible that her mother discovered the hard way what types of machines she could operate and how long she could do it before her body failed due to the strain of her quirk. Momo remembered something she had read in the books about the nature of quirks after she had finished combing through her entire head. That even if a person has a quirk from birth, there's no guarantee that it will work well with their body or even their chemistry. She recalled that a paper about quirks and the potential that they would become too much for the human body to handle with each generation had been published by someone named Daruma Ujiko. Since quirks are generally thought of as the next step in human evolution and the human body would eventually adapt to quirks if and when they became more powerful, it was viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Momo didn't really care if that was true or not, but she thought it was odd that she couldn't find any more work by Daruma Ujiko because the one paper she did find either clearly demonstrated or strongly suggested that a great deal of in-depth research had been done. In some ways, it was sufficient to help her better understand her own quirk because it suggested that although the human body may not be able to cope with a quirk at first, it can adapt in a variety of ways to do so. Momo found that her quirk actually enabled her to create things that would otherwise need to be entirely fabricated by someone else. When Momo discovered that she could actually make real devices that performed just as well as if they had been manufactured or purchased by someone else, it was shocking. In some ways, it felt like a cheat, but she discovered that other types of quirks could also be viewed as cheats while researching her own. In a sense, she believed that she had a special ability to help balance the scales that no other pro-hero possessed, which increased her confidence that choosing to become a pro-hero was the right decision. She changed into her new UA completely in about 15 minutes, uniform from high school. Momo primarily wanted to savor the sensation of accomplishing a goal she had set for herself. The uniform served as a metaphor for a phase of her life that she would not experience again until she graduated and obtained her full pro-hero license. Upon exiting her bedroom and making her way to the main dining hall, Momo found her parents waiting with an extravagant-looking breakfast. Her father, Nico Yaoyarozu, smiled and said, "Well, sleepyhead, finally decided to get out of bed." Tekumasuda Yaoyarozu added, sipping her coffee, "Can't really fault her. I'm sure she was up all night from being excited with anticipation because of her first day in UA. High school." Nico took a bite out of his toast and said, "True." He turned to his daughter and winked at her, saying, "Considering where she's going and how difficult it is to even get through the front gate alone, our daughter can be allowed to sleep in on a school. Just this once, mind you." Although Momo adored her parents, she always thought it was annoying that they could make lighthearted references to past events. Momo often fell asleep in the middle of the night and didn't wake up until nearly noon, for example, when she first began investigating the potential of her quirk. At that time, it occurred on days when she had no classes. During her early school years, she frequently fell asleep with her head in the books while trying to make the most of her efforts, and she had to be woken up to avoid being late for class. Although her parents were proud of her for giving it her all, they cautioned her against going overboard because it wouldn't benefit her in the long run. During her junior high years, they had to remind her of this occasionally. Momo chose to put a stop to this particular topic of frequent conversation by telling her parents that she was in a better position to decide which habits to keep and which to break since she was starting a new school. Momo noticed a glint in her father's eyes, though it was slight. It was obvious that she had prevented him from continuing the joke by making a few more remarks. Nico sighed in defeat at his daughter's words, but he chose to ignore them. Later, he knew, there would be more time to make fun of her predicament. The time had come for a more candid conversation. Truthfully, we are proud that you made it into UA High on your own and that you first day at such a prestigious school as today. Recommendation may have gotten you in, but your mother and myself know that without question what it takes to earn those kinds of recommendations. With an authentic smile for her daughter, Tekumasuda said, "Indeed we are." The combination of their compliments made Momo's face flush in a healthy way, and followed by a sense of unease. Momo noticed the tone of Nico's voice as she said, "Still. I still hope that you'll one day take over the company. We both know that you still have your life ahead of you and you are free to make your own choices, but there are some responsibilities that you can't put off forever." Tekumasuda was aware that her husband would bring up this topic once more. At least he would wait until after their daughter's first day of high school, she had hoped. Nothing was more important to teenagers at the time than starting a new school, and these moments were more significant than any teen would realize until much later in life. It was hoped by Tekumasuda that Nico would not ruin it too much for Momo. Momo looked at her father in frustration as she gathered her thoughts to make sure her response was appropriate. "Father, I know we have talked about this before, but my answer hasn't changed. I want to be a pro hero. Not because of what my quirk can do, but because what I can do with my quirk. And I understand and respect that. But you also know that you aren't just defined by what your quirk can do, and that's what worries me." Nico was hesitant to say what he was going to say, but he felt that it was better to begin introducing Momo to the outside world now that his only daughter was in high school. Additionally, he believed it was his responsibility as a parent to at least prepare his only child for something that neither his own parents nor he had anticipated. Momo thought that perhaps her father was being overly obstinate or overly concerned about something that she believed was completely within her control. Before telling her father what she intended to do with her life and her decisions, she made the decision to at least listen to him one last time. This decision ultimately led her to enroll at the University of Arizona. Elevated. Tekumasuda made the decision to listen to Nico's thoughts on the subject and to keep her own words to herself for the time being. Earning those recommendations also comes with the burden that you have to fulfill the expectations that are placed upon you by those people who gave said recommendations. I am not and never will doubt your abilities, but to be a pro hero, you will have to prove you're more than just another person with a flashy quirk, and your quirk alone practically screams to anyone who sees it as being flashy. And that's not who you are. Momo did have a sneaking suspicion that her father would mention the recommendations she had received. In a sense, receiving a recommendation that the UA High would understand that it was a bit of a double-edged sword. At the very least, getting one meant being the most noticeable among the others. Momo was also aware that obtaining it also meant accepting the obligation to uphold the recommendation's associated standards. Failure to meet that kind of standard would give the impression that the recommendations were poorly made, which would mean that any recommendations made in the future would be closely examined and most likely regarded as less significant than they were at first. The creation quirk user believed she could easily manage that additional responsibility. She also had the impression that her father was probably overanalyzing the suggestions. They were more like heavy shackles than door-opening keys. "Please don't take this the wrong way. You need to get all the experience you can get before you graduate high school, and UA High easily offers that, but I don't want you to waste all of that experience and all of your talent in pursuit of a goal that says you're trying to win a popularity contest." Momo tried to sound calm as she said, "That's not what being a pro hero is about." The conversation she was having with her father was not the first of its kind, and she believed that he would be more forceful in his opinions about her decision to become a pro hero. There are more than enough pro heroes that do what they do and don't even think twice about how they are viewed by the public in terms of popularity. What they do inspires people of all ages, to show them that they can walk a path that may be difficult, but the rewards for doing so are more than worth it. Nico opened his mouth to respond, but Tekumasuda spoke first. "I think what your father is really trying to say is that as a parent, we know you want to be pro hero, but we also know that being a pro hero will challenge you in ways that no one can truly prepare you for. You'll experience failure the likes of which can break you or make you better, and triumphs that may seem like you haven't done enough. It may be difficult to shield a child from that, and yes, you are our child, but as we accept the path you have chosen, please accept that our roles as your parents means that we will always be proud and worry for you at the same time." The father and daughter allowed the words to linger in their thoughts. The main points of what Nico wished to convey to his daughter had been essentially captured by Tekumasuda. Momo was a little irritated with herself for forgetting that her parents not only loved her but also worried about her, and that pursuing a career as a pro hero likely came with challenges and problems that they may be more familiar with than she was at the time. That was, in a sense, the reason her father was constantly encouraging her to consider taking over the business. In the opinion of her parents, or at least her father, Momo didn't really see the need for her to lead the company, but she now saw it as perhaps the safest course in life. When Momo reached adulthood, she had contemplated taking over the business. She felt, however, that it would be a waste to be behind a desk telling people what to do when she could be out on the streets assisting people more personally because of her quirk. Perhaps she would be more inclined if she had a different quirk. Nico was aware that his wife would occasionally turn out to be the more perceptive of the two. He was aware, however, that when she was perceptive, it was because he had forgotten that she was capable of such insight. This hasn't happened very often lately, but when it did, Nico always felt like he needed a reminder that his wife was capable of doing anything. With his wife's assistance, he could at least preserve what dignity he still had and perhaps make his argument stronger, which would at least make his daughter take what he had said a little more seriously. Everyone is free to make their own choices. I just want you to know what your choices are. Tekumasuda could tell by the expression in her husband's eyes that he knew he could say no more without increasing the likelihood that their daughter would flatly reject the idea of her taking over the business. From an early age, she had recognized that the likelihood of a child doing the exact opposite of what one or both parents asked of them increased with each year of the child's life. She had witnessed a lot of that in her classmates while she was in school, and she could recall many instances from her own childhood when she was hesitant to follow instructions. When the idea of her daughter inheriting her own youthful stubbornness crossed her mind, she tried to maintain a neutral expression. Tekumasuda had previously thought of this and believed that her trait was primarily focused on Momo's motivation to study. However, Tekumasuda also considered the possibility that Momo might have acquired a more widespread stubbornness than Tekumasuda had on her own. Momo, for her part, considered everything her parents had said to her and based her decision on what she understood. My current decision still stands. There may come a time where the situation requires me to make a final decision about becoming head of the company. But for now, I want to follow my own path no matter where it leads me. Momo could see that her parents were quite pleased with what she had said. It was more how she said it than what she said. In the end, Nico had hoped to witness the kind of resolve he knew his daughter would require to overcome all the obstacles that she would endure. He wasn't sure if it was enough, but at least he knew it was a beginning, and he had no doubt that Momo's conviction would only grow stronger over time as life's obstacles persisted. Like Momo, Tekumasuda believed that everyone had said everything that needed to be said and that nothing more could be said. Both of them could have given their daughter more pearls of wisdom, but those would have to do with things that would happen in the future. Momo Yaoyarozu's mother added something that she knew would make both her husband and daughter blush wildly upon hearing it in an attempt to spice up their time together. Well, when your path leads you to your boyfriend and future husband, make sure that he's someone that's not just interested in superficial looks. I'm sure you'll meet many potential suitors after your first day in high school. Momo was completely taken aback when her mother said, "Mother," in the most straightforward and matter-of-fact manner possible. When he heard that, Nico was midway through a piece of toast and began to choke. Both of their faces were as red as one might anticipate, which caused Tekumasuda's smile to gradually widen before she covered it with her coffee cup while drinking. Nico glanced at his wife after controlling his coughing fit. The type that conveyed the idea that he wasn't prepared to see his young daughter dating and that, even if he were, they would need to pass his extremely stringent interview. The fact that their daughter was becoming a very attractive person was not lost on Tekumasuda. But unlike her husband, she was aware that her daughter was capable of making decisions on her own and wasn't easily influenced by attractive words or attractive appearances. In addition, there were rather stringent rules regarding student relationships at UA. When her daughter first applied, Tekumasuda had read about the high. Tekumasuda believed that the person her daughter would break the rules for would need to be a very special person in order for Momo to ever break such a rule while attending. Telling Nico that, however, only seemed to increase his concern that their daughter might turn into a miscreant, which made this type of teasing even more amusing to perform and observe the response she would receive. And Tekumasuda's attempts at teasing were all the more alluring now that her daughter was old enough to understand such ideas. After the father and daughter pair eventually stopped their heart rates from rising and their faces from resembling a ripe apple, they continued to eat breakfast together until Momo had to leave for UA. Elevated. When their daughter climbed into a limousine and drove away, both parents bid her farewell. Traveling to the prefecture of Shizuoka, where UA was situated in Aichi Prefecture, and it typically took 2 hours to get to her house. The average ticket cost between 5,000 and 8,500 yen, but public transportation, which mainly involved taking the train, did cut down on travel time by more than 30 minutes. Her family was obviously wealthy, so purchasing a single ticket for that much money wouldn't even come close to filling the proverbial bucket, nor would purchasing the appropriate train pass to take the train on a regular basis. As it was her first day of high school, Momo felt that she should have taken the train to Shizuoka, but her parents insisted that she do so, arguing that having a limousine was useless if it was only used for special occasions. Momo didn't want to start off badly with the students on her first day, so she was somewhat opposed to the idea of arriving by limousine. Students frequently had to travel great distances to attend classes. There was no doubt in my mind that UA, one of the few schools in Japan where students essentially traveled from all over the country to attend as high. Since she would be taking the same classes as the other students, she at least wanted to establish a positive first impression with them. As time went on, Momo noticed that her thoughts were becoming more disorganized than she had anticipated. She didn't particularly dislike it when her thoughts weren't organized in a logical manner. It was that she was experiencing the same emotions that she had when she first enrolled in junior high school. No, Momo became increasingly aware that the sensation was different from what she had experienced on her first day of junior high school. You really aren't expected to give it your all in junior high, regardless of what your parents or teachers may say. Momo was aware that every student still had the option of applying themselves to every aspect of their academic life. Momo felt that in a sense, that provided a form of freedom that not everyone recognized or effectively utilized. That, in Momo's opinion, referred to the type of pupils she observed who, despite attending a private school, showed no interest in succeeding among their peers. The United Arab Emirates was not going to allow that kind of freedom. Elevated. Every student was expected to perform at the highest level in order for the school to be the best at producing future pro-heroes. That idea alone would make anyone fear failure on a more intimate level and associate it with their own peculiarity. Numerous pro-heroes across the nation had peculiarities that varied from being useful to being ostentatious, and some were employed in ways that only the person with the quirk truly thought about. However, Momo made the decision to ignore all of those thoughts. She told herself that she had earned her spot at UA in her recommendations. Elevated. In order to prove to her teachers and fellow students that she had the will and motivation to become a pro-hero, she was determined to give it her all at every chance she could, but also demonstrate to herself that she was more than the stuff her quirk could do. Momo felt that she could do more ever since she discovered the fundamentals of what her quirk could accomplish, that in order to be motivated to consider all the additional uses for her own quirk, she needed to see what other quirks were capable of. And the greatest place to provide her with all of that knowledge was UA. Hi. Momo decided to study a new textbook she had recently received, which contained more intricate chemical compounds and equations, since there were still some before they arrived at the school's grounds. Momo discovered early on that she needed to be able to distinguish one type of object or item from another when creating it because her quirk required her to have a thorough understanding of the atomic configuration in order to create or recreate anything that wasn't organic. She learned about her peculiarity from the time she attempted to create something that resembled a durable fabric. Momo discovered that even if she began creating an object with her quirk, she could make it into something that was basically two things rather than just one if she let her thoughts wander just enough while the object was being made. On one occasion, Momo recalls trying to make a pencil and wondering for a moment how hard she could make the carbon inside the pencil lead. When she succeeded, the strength of the pencil lead was all over the place. One piece was nearly as hard as a diamond, while the other was as brittle and soft as glass. At that time, she discovered in one of her books that, chemically speaking, pencil leads and diamonds are the same, with the exception of their crystal structures. This was essentially some self-serving side training. Momo would need to make sure that everything she makes with her quirk is clear in her mind if there were things that were chemically identical to others but different at the same time. If she only needed to know an element's atomic structure, it would seem simple on paper. In reality, though, she could just as easily produce something different from what she had in mind if she didn't understand every detail of whatever it was she was making. Momo was given a lot of ideas for how to use her quirk and what to research when given the opportunity after learning that silicon and argon were chemically similar to aluminum and bromine, two substances that were common in many items, overall construction and makeup, while two others weren't used in that way. All in all, it served as a reminder to Momo that there was still more to discover. Meanwhile, another student in the Shizuka area was accepted to UA High that was simply bursting with vitality. She had been experiencing it for a few days because she was having trouble controlling her excitement. Over the past few years, Mei Hatsume has designed and created new, even better, adorable babies using what she could do alone. Mei felt that she was only using a third of her creative potential, even after Izuku began to assist her by helping her collect materials that could be salvaged and serving as her test subject. It seemed as though she was constrained in ways that she lacked the resources to overcome in order to accomplish more. However, all of that is now behind us. Her prospects with the UA High assured her that her imagination was now as boundless as she believed it could be. And she was eager to get going. Her classroom assignment stated that on her first day, she was to report to Class 1H. Mei felt a little depressed because she had hoped to be in Izuku's class. Primarily because if they were in the same class, it would be simpler to contact him and test out her new inventions. They had already stated that they would support one another in times of need, so she wasn't bothered by it. It would be best if they continued to collaborate while in the United Arab Emirates, according to that and the slender elderly man Izuku had referred to as All Might on a few occasions. Elevated. When he said that to her, Mei wasn't sure what he was saying. The elderly man seemed to be asking her to be more than Izuku's friend, which didn't make much sense, primarily because Mei believed she and Izuku were already friends. She didn't spend much time with it anyway, looking closely at the meaning of the words. Mei believed that Izuku or the elderly man would inform her if there was anything noteworthy. When the moment was right, anyway. It didn't seem like she should be concerned about whatever it was they were keeping from her, and it would take up time she felt would be better used to develop her technology and produce updated versions of it simultaneously. When she arrived at the train station that would transport her to the location where UA Mei had already begun working on new concepts and redesigns of existing ones. The idea for the jumpsuit Izuku was wearing to aid in what the elderly man described as specialized weight training was the one she was currently writing down in her notepad. She was still developing the notion that overall design could be used as a sort of restraint for villains, and during the past 2 days, she had a sudden inspiration that made her want to see how it would appear on paper. She had an idea for something that was similar to handcuffs but much more robust. Mei reasoned that she could create a form of restraint that, once applied to her body, would make it nearly impossible for the villain to get away. When she first suggested it, Izuku talked her out of it. She had considered creating a sort of collar. When the old man whispered something into Izuku's ear, Izuku immediately changed his mind and made it apparent that it would be best if Mei never made anything that had the principle of using a gun. Initially, Izuku was all for the idea of something that could fire off a collar and capture a villain. She chose that delivery method over all others, though she's not sure why he was so opposed to her making something that could shoot an object or item that could restrain someone. Additionally, she was able to convince him that there was nothing wrong with her making a device that could shoot people. A net launcher was created long before quirks were invented with the intention of apprehending either fugitives or prisoners. The use of these non-lethal methods would have been widespread, but demand for them was not high enough, in contrast to the more instantaneous availability of rubber bullets, bean bags, and tear gas. Even stun guns were unable to stop some individuals with quirks once they began to manifest abilities. Mei thought it was time to reinvent that technological device. In this world of extraordinary people, the device would have evolved over time to become what she felt. She already had half of the design and functionality of this new net launcher in her mind. Mei had completed the first draft of her design by the time she boarded the train and was repeatedly informed that she had arrived at her destination. "So what is it you're making now?" Mei noticed that her friend Izuku was also focusing on her notepad design when she looked up. She didn't realize for a moment that she and Izuku had essentially traveled to UA on the same train. Elevated. However, she had to board a bit earlier than he did, which was fortunate because Mei also realized that she would have missed her stop and arrived late for her first day because she was so focused on what she was designing. Perhaps, Mei reflected, this was what the old man meant when he said that they would become friends. She hadn't really considered all the ways Izuku could help her. Perhaps the foundation of their friendship was the fact that she was already assisting him in many ways. However, Mei didn't really think about those profound ideas for very long before realizing what Izuku had asked of her, and she never missed an opportunity to show off any of her children. Particularly the ones she hadn't even assembled yet. Izuku tried his best to pay attention to what Mei had to say about her most recent invention. Her voice carried a certain amount of excitement, which occasionally made it challenging for Izuku to follow along with her sentences. His ability to speak was improving, but occasionally he had to slow her down a little bit just to catch up with her. Based on what he could piece together, Mei was modifying the technology in his training jumpsuit to enable it to be used as a capture method through a net that could be thrown at a target. Izuku started to tell Mei that he didn't think it was a good idea, that her idea involved shooting someone, but Mei interrupted him by saying that there's no need to worry about missing a shot if it fires a wide net to capture. She even explained why the net would need to cover a large area by citing the slime villain Izuku had told her about. Izuku was a little frustrated with himself for not being able to think of a counter-argument for the slime villain. He almost claimed that All Might had captured the slime villain and imprisoned him inside a soda pop bottle. Recalling their entire conversation and the moment the slime villain began wreaking havoc with Bakugo's help and his peculiarity was what stopped him. One thing, however, made Mei's suggestion somewhat viable. A net might function similarly for other types of criminals if a basic plastic bottle could hold someone with his particular peculiarity. After grudgingly acknowledging that Mei's idea had merit, Izuku said that if she was going to use a net, she would need to design it so that it would expand and contract without being easily cut or slipped through. When Mei discovered that there was something she could use to create the net itself, it further fueled her creative fire. Mei glanced behind his back, and Izuku saw the expression in her eyes. It was evident that he had his shield covered in addition to his backpack filled with school supplies. Izuku wrapped the shield in a cloth that was roughly the same color as his own backpack, so it didn't stand out too much. With her gaze fixed on the cover-up shield, Mei remarked, "First day of UA. Hi, and you're gonna show off the shield, huh?" Izuku was unsure of how to respond to the question, so he said, well. He felt compelled to bring the shield to his first day of high school, which was the bare minimum his response. Izuku's mother asked him if he was also bringing some of his All Might action figures with him when she noticed him taking the shield. It irritated him, but he wasn't going to tell her that he had given it any thought. However, he believed that bringing the shield with him was the right decision. I guess you could say that. Since the shield is going to be part of my role as a future pro hero, might as well learn how to use it with all the lessons I'm sure to learn. In what sounded more like an order than a request, Mei told Izuku, "Make sure that whatever you learn in how to use that shield, you tell me so I know what future modifications I can make with the jacket." Izuku wasn't particularly offended by what Mei said to him, but he was aware that she would be offended if he didn't tell her if he discovered any new shield tricks in the future. Izuku was aware that Mei had not actually made the shield, but he also recognized that it had served as an inspiration to her, and as such, he regarded it as one of her babies. Izuku gestured for them both to exit the train and start walking toward their new school, saying, "Don't worry. I'll keep you updated on all that I learn." Mei needed Izuku's assistance to make the necessary course corrections to get to the front entrance of UA because she was more preoccupied with her notepad than with walking while they were walking in silence. The current one for All Wielder was high and beginning to have thoughts that he thought he had put to rest. His first real steps toward becoming a pro hero like All Might were about to begin. More than a year ago, he felt that he couldn't really achieve such a goal. Now, though, the goal seemed something he could truly hold on to, and not just for short periods of time. However, he was thinking about the same things that had been on his mind when All Might claimed that he had earned the right to succeed him. All Might could choose anyone with a strong sense of will and drive, and the symbol of peace and justice did state that what he saw in Izuku was what he believed should be the essence of every hero. Izuku never really asked himself a very important question because he was so preoccupied with the idea that he wanted to be like All Might, a hero who smiles while protecting the defenseless. What was essentially the essence of his mumbling thoughts in the recesses of his mind? He was supposed to be what kind of hero? Izuku was excited to learn from two pro heroes, especially since one of them was All Might himself, at the same school he was able to enroll in, when Valhalla informed him that she and All Might would do everything in their power to assist him in mastering the quirk one for all. Especially when Valhalla used her quirk on the shield once more and they saw a different memory than the one where the shield's previous owner ran on a beach against enemy fire. That feeling didn't last long. Izuku's investigation into the identity of this master man yielded the same results as his attempt to identify the person who wore the uniform and wielded the shield. Though it sounded impossible to anyone, Izuku felt that what he saw had actually happened, even though there was no documentation to support it. The question he realized he had never really asked himself was the result of all those ideas, the information he could and could not find, his own knowledge, and his best interpretation of the facts. Before he met All Might, Izuku was only trying to convince himself that he could be what other people, including his own mother, said he could never be, so it was easy to understand how and why he never really asked himself such a question. He still had to prove himself to himself and to the faith his idol was placing in him, now that it was no longer a dream he clung to so desperately. Since All Might, Valhalla, and even May were on his side to support him, it wasn't like he was under any actual pressure. Even though he couldn't see it, Izuku couldn't get rid of the feeling he had or the way the question seemed to be related to it. Izuku made the decision to shake his head to clear his mind and concentrate only on what was in front of him. He was aware that the chances of him coming up with a response to the question of what kind of hero he should be were not worth investing time in if he kept going down the same path of thoughts that were running through his head. Izuku glanced at the educational institution's entrance and recalled how he nearly looked foolish simply by making his way to the main door. This time, he was determined not to repeat the same error. However, prior to his first actual steps into UA, Izuku was high when he noticed that May had continued to walk while concentrating only on her notepad. He intervened quickly to prevent her from crossing the street and into the path of an approaching limousine. Rather than saving her life, May was more irritated that Izuku interrupted her focus on the notes she was writing. He had long since realized that this was May's personality most of the time, so it didn't bother him. May would frequently express her annoyance at having her thoughts interrupted when she was in the middle of creating something. The driver of the limousine got out and gave May a furious look after it honked at her for nearly colliding with the car's bumper. Izuku expressed regret for her and even made May bow in remorse and respect at the same time. Once more, it wasn't the first time he had to act in this way toward May. The teenage boy pondered how the police had not been called once to deal with what the public would call vandals who were terrorizing the public beach, out of all the occasions when Izuku had to make apologies due to May's behavior while they were at the beach. The limousine's driver reluctantly accepted the apology before heading to the back door and opening it to let the passenger out. Who would require a limousine to get to school, Izuku wondered. A thought that, for at least 3 seconds, mirrored the one May was having before turning back to her notepad. Izuku was taken aback to see the individual exiting the limousine, or what he thought was unexpected. There was no question that the girl who exited the limousine was a student because she was wearing the same school uniform as him and May. With her long, dark hair and eyes that exuded a feeling of seriousness, she was undoubtedly a pretty girl. Izuku was taken aback when the driver mentioned the girl's name and he recognized it right away. Yaoyarozu Technology Company, for example. The YTC, Izuku pondered as he gazed at the girl with wide, inquisitive eyes. After thanking the driver for his service and informing him of the best time to pick her up, the girl noticed that someone was looking at her with a curious expression next to someone who appeared more preoccupied with her notepad than with anything else. Izuku gave an equally awkward wave and mumbled something like, hello. The adolescent boy's actions slightly perplexed the girl, became even more so after she saw him give the girl with the pink hair next to him a slight elbow. May asked, her voice more irritated than before, what was that for? Izuku struck her in the side with his elbow as she was about to respond to a question about how to solve a material usage problem. Izuku tried to speak quietly, but the girl in front of them could clearly hear him say, hello, to a fellow UA student. May asked as she turned to face the person Izuku wanted her to greet. Oh, hello. May immediately turned back to the notepad after she finished speaking the word. Izuku could tell by the way she was writing that May's entire attention was on her hands and thoughts rather than the events going on around her. Izuku sighed wearily at what May had done. He reasoned that May would eventually be able to read social cues more accurately than she does now. It seemed like it would take a lifetime to figure out how long it would take for that to occur. With their friendship, May was at least unintentionally teaching Izuku the importance of patience. Izuku turned back to the girl with the dark hair and tried to maintain a friendly demeanor because he wasn't sure if she was going to be in the same class as Mei or if he was in the same class as her. If he could handle it with a classmate, he reasoned, it would be better to have the first day of school at least get off to a good start. Well, as a fellow student here, my name's Izuku Midoriya. The girl gave Izuku a hard time before answering similarly. My name's Momo Yaoyarozu and I'm glad to meet a fellow student of UA. Hi as well. Izuku chose to present Mei to Momo directly since he could tell she wasn't listening. And this here is Mei Hatsume. We're both first years. When Momo heard that, she actually became a little more alert. Oh, well I'm a first-year student myself. What class are you both in? Izuku asked Mei. I'm in class 1A and Mei. Since he couldn't remember which class she had been accepted into, Izuku tapped her on the side with her elbow once more when she didn't answer, and this time she reacted more irritably. What? Izuku interrupted Mei's thoughts once more as she was nearing the end of the metal formula she had developed for the net's foundation. Izuku asked, his voice a little nervous, what class are you assigned to, Mei? Since he had long suspected that Mei's creative mind had already generated numerous, possible lethal, ideas that she could construct in a matter of minutes if she so desired, he hoped he didn't enrage her too much. Mei responded succinctly, adding a side note that she wouldn't tolerate another interruption from Izuku. Oh, class 1H. I'm in the support course and you're in the hero course. That about sums it up. At this point, Izuku began to worry that Mei's behavior would negatively impact their fellow students. Momo, however, did not consider it a total offense. Momo had observed the girl's intense concentration while writing on her notepad and interpreted it as evidence that she was serious about her projects and concepts. In a sense, it brought back memories of her early days of learning about and comprehending her peculiarity, as well as how occasionally she became irritated when her parents told her to go to bed because she had been studying until after the sun had set. In order to avoid making a bad impression on her fellow students, Momo decided to speak up first in order to break the awkward silence that was developing between the three of them. I'm also in class 1A. Wanna walk to our classroom together? Let's head to 1H first. The fact that everything appeared to be going well between the three of them gave Izuku a small sense of relief. Perhaps it was an indication that his first day of high school wouldn't be as awful as his junior high one. The silence that followed the three of them as they made their way to the classroom where Mei was assigned was becoming a little awkward because neither Momo nor Izuku knew how to strike up a conversation. The fact that Mei was the first to speak startled them both because she was still preoccupied with her paperwork. If you two are going to get to know each other past your names, I think the best way to start is why you want to be pro-heroes. Mei seemed to be so preoccupied with her design that Izuku thought the outside world might as well be dead. It was her usual behavior. However, he reminded himself that even after all this time, he was still discovering Mei Hatsume's personality. Momo looked back at Izuku, who could see that she was a little taken aback by Mei's words. Izuku assumed Momo shared Mei's belief that she was oblivious to everything else in her environment. Mei took the initiative to speak first, finishing whatever she was doing on her notepad and putting it away in her backpack before either of them could say anything. How about I start? I may not be in the hero course but I feel that being in the support course is just as vital in its own way. And I feel the only way fulfill my dreams of creating the super cute babies that the world has ever seen is right here in UA. Hi. Babies. Momo was a little surprised by Mei's declaration. Momo asked, and Izuku quickly replied, she doesn't mean actual babies. It's what she calls all the gear and tech she makes. She does give them proper names but she considers everything that she creates her own super cute, babies. It felt oddly fitting that Izuku would have to serve as Mei's sort of interpreter because he was stepping between Momo and Mei. After that explanation, Momo glanced at Mei and Izuku and came to terms with it bit by bit. When she was done, Mei pumped her fist into the air and exclaimed, and my super cute babies are going to revolutionize the field even before I graduate, and when I do graduate, I'm going to go even further. When she landed, Izuku continued to walk normally beside Mei, but she even made a simultaneous leap into the air, surprising only Momo. Mei was just finishing her sentence when Momo realigned with the other. And once he becomes the #1 pro hero of Japan, we'll team up together and start show the world the best we can do. That caused Izuku to blush in a little embarrassment and made Momo look at him curiously. Well, I did tell her that my dream is to become the #1 pro hero. Won't happen overnight but I know going to UA. High is definitely a step towards that goal. Momo wasn't going to criticize the teenager's dream because, in a sense, she had a similar dream and goal for herself. Well, such a goal is worth striving for. Just make sure you don't lose your drive towards that dream of yours. We are attending UA. High and no can be no doubt there are others attending this school who have the same dream as yours. Izuku answered, I know. At least for the hero course alone there is at least 38 others who probably have the same goal as me. Then an idea came to him, and he decided to ask the question out of instinct. Do you have the same goal since you said you're in the hero course too? Momo was unsure how to respond to the question, so she said, oh, well. In actuality, she was aware, but she didn't want to reveal it too soon. I want to know what I can do with my quirk for starters. I mean, I know what my quirk can do. I want to know what I can do both with it and without it. Mei was the first to pose the query that was on Izuku's mind as well as hers. What you can do without your quirk? Isn't that like saying what you can do without an arm or a leg? Momo attempted to clarify, saying, not really. More like I want to know what I myself can do first. To tell you the truth, I got in on recommendations to UA. High, and while getting one recommendation is a challenge, I want to prove to myself and to those that gave me said recommendations that I'm more than just what my quirk can do. Izuku knew that the best students in all of Japan would be attending the hero course, so he found it rather inspiring to be speaking with one of the 4 people who received recommendations and a spot in the hero course. Oh, so you're one of the 4 I heard that got in on recommendations. The acceptances rate for getting into this school was about 1 in 300, and that also includes 4 that get in on recommendations. Magnificent and slightly more than subtly humble. Oh yes, getting into this school is no easy task for anyone and for any of the courses. I heard that getting into the other courses is more difficult. Izuku replied to Momo. Really? Izuku asked, turning to face Mei. But you got into the support course with relative ease from the way it sounded coming from you. Were you downplaying the difficulty? What? No. Mei found it difficult to recall much of her entrance exam experience. Although she felt that she wasn't giving it her all, or that the exam itself didn't give her the right opportunity to demonstrate her creativity and abilities, her efforts did secure her a place in the school. I did what I did and they said it was more than enough that guaranteed me a spot. Don't really know if I did anything else that helped me pass the entrance exam. After giving it some thought, Izuku concluded that it was highly probable that Mei had done something to make herself stand out more. There must have been a comparable system for those wishing to enroll in the support course if the hero course used a 2-point rating system, for which he was extremely thankful. Without it, he would never have passed. You probably did and didn't know it. Even with recommendations, I had to take a kind of exam against others who were also given recommendations. If anything, that just shows how serious this school takes in training the next generation of pro heroes and even those in the support course. What? It almost seemed contradictory to hear that Momo still had to take an exam even though she had recommendations. You mean to say that even though you got proof you're someone whom this school would accept as a student, you still had to pass a test? I did. The recommendations did prove I was an exceptional student, but this school has the final say as to which students they will accept. Momo replied. Izuku mostly said to himself, well, I guess that makes a kind of sense that I never really thought about. I mean, if most of the top-ranking pro heroes are all graduates from UA. Then that means they only are because of a high standard they adhere to, and said standard was probably instilled into them by UA. Mei, still walking in unison with Momo and Izuku, looked up at the ceiling and remarked, strange. Kinda reminds me of what my dad once said about what his grandfather once said. Momo said, and what was that? Mei took a moment to clearly recall what her grandfather had said, or at least what her father had told her. I don't know the whole story, or maybe I never really paid attention to it, but my father told me several times that when his grandfather was a little older than I am, he entered the Japan military service, and he said that in what was called boot camp, he was trained to follow a strict routine or regime that he carried with him even after he left the military service. He said, discipline the mind so the body forever remains strong, or something along those lines. After hearing those words, Izuku and Momo both felt that they had a deep meaning. Mei, however, made the decision to add more. But if you discipline the mind, then you can't think outside of the box. That's why I never really understood that, or maybe Dad never really repeated what his grandfather said to him clearly. That portion of Mei's spoken words had some meaning, but only Izuku understood it. Momo chose to ignore the entire situation because she was largely perplexed. For the time being, anyway. Besides, May went on, if there are past sayings that are relevant nowadays, I go by the one that has never let me down when I'm making my super cute babies. Since he had never gotten a clue that May had a favorite saying, Izuku was as intrigued as Momo. It brought to mind once more the nature of his friendship with this girl. Momo said, and what's that? Failure is the mother of invention. Thomas Edison once said that. Momo and Izuku had never heard of that before, and they even wondered if it was a contradiction. In their minds, particularly Momo's, invention was not the result of trying to make something better than what already existed. When Izuku said, isn't he the American that invented the first kind of light bulb? Why would he say that? May's eyes lit up in a way that had never really happened to him before. May said, oh, you don't know. Directly in front of Izuku's face, which flushed from the closeness. Momo observed and noted the other peculiarities of this girl. Izuku was able to respond to May's question by shaking his head in the no motion. Wow, I never thought I would get to tell someone this because I thought most people knew about it. I mean, they did teach it in my school. Momo wanted to know where May had gone, but May spoke too quickly and interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. Back when Thomas Edison was asked by a reporter after he made the first working light bulb, the reporter asked, how did it feel to fail 1,000 times? Thomas Edison replied, I didn't fail 1,000 times. The light bulb was an invention with 1,000 steps. He even added, great success is built on failure, frustration, even catastrophe. May glanced at Momo and Izuku, noting that they both heard her words but were somewhat perplexed by their full significance. Just because a creation doesn't work as intended doesn't mean the effort is wasted. Everything that's easily built nowadays was first thought about by someone who took the time and effort to find the proper way to build it in the first place. If I didn't follow that saying, then I wouldn't have built the jacket you can use to help you with that shield of yours. Shield. Hearing that undoubtedly piqued Momo's interest. Primarily because she had just recalled a rumor she had heard about a student who had passed another exam administered by UA after taking her own. And a shield was somehow used. She assumed it was a crazy story that had been misreported or that someone had misunderstood how someone else's peculiarity operated up until this point. Oh yeah, May said, then swiftly reached behind Izuku's back, nearly tearing the shield from him and tearing his backpack in two. When it was uncovered, May showed it to Momo with pride. This here is Izuku's shield and he used it to take down a giant robot with one strike. The shield initially appeared to be modeled after All Might, or at least that was Momo's initial thought. Momo was taken aback when she felt the metal in her hands after asking Izuku if she could hold it. Momo looked at the shield and tried to commit every detail she could see to memory. It's far lighter than I thought it would be. Almost lighter than it should be. After observing the operation of the strap on the inside of the shield, she put it on her left arm and noted its sensation. What is this shield made out of? It literally feels as though it's made out of something that isn't metal. May pointed her left thumb at Izuku, who could only nod in agreement. Oh, it's made of metal all right. I just don't know what kind, and neither does Izuku. You don't know what kind of metal this shield is made out of. Before May took it, Momo gave it back to Izuku, who wrapped it and placed it where he had it. All we know is what metals it isn't made out of. It isn't steel, aluminum, iron, titanium, or any kind of blend of metals either. It just is. And you used that shield to take down a giant robot. Izuku gave the question a rather sheepish nod, but May was the one who articulated the response. Oh yeah, Izuku said that he threw that shield hard enough to where it cut through the reinforced armor plating of the battle robot. He basically one-shot that machine like it was made of cardboard. Izuku began scanning the hallway for other students or anyone else who might be paying attention to May's boisterous remarks. He was beginning to believe that bringing the shield to his first day of high school was a mistake. Really? Momo asked, turning to face Izuku. Is that your quirk? Something that can make that shield do something impossible? Even though Izuku's response was a bit rambling, he was able to say that his quirk helped him defeat the giant robot just as much as the shield did. Momo was finding it difficult to believe what she was hearing. Her sole response was that she was unaware of either May's or Izuku's peculiarities. She was also aware that they were unaware of her own peculiarity. All three of them had peculiarities, of course, but none of them told the others what they were. May's statement, "Oh, Izuku can do the impossible all right," naturally caught Momo's attention. In fact, If he couldn't do the impossible, then I wouldn't have been able to make as much of advancements on my super cute babies as I have. Momo became even more interested in Izuku's peculiarity as a result, primarily because she would assume that Izuku had an extraordinary quirk or that he was able to use it in conjunction with the shield to accomplish extraordinary feats if she believed what Mei had said about both Izuku and the shield. In any case, Momo was clearly interested in Izuku, of a fellow UA, more than she had anticipated, pupil. The adolescent boy saw a clock in the hallway and realized that their classes were about to begin based on the time displayed on the clock face before Momo could begin questioning Izuku. Mei looked anxious as she told the others that they shouldn't be late for their first day, but then she turned around and started running toward her designated 1H classroom. Izuku was perplexed because he had only ever witnessed Mei running that quickly when she had to pursue one of her inventions that had either fled or flown away after being activated. Momo was also a little taken aback. She's eager to learn, that's for sure. Izuku muttered, mostly to himself, she's eager about a lot of things. Although Momo didn't pay much attention to what Izuku said, she did advise them to follow Mei's example and arrive at class on time to avoid being late themselves. Luckily for the two, the first-year classrooms were practically on the same floor, so they didn't have to run backwards like Mei had to in order to locate classroom 1A. Izuku was the first to comment on how large the classroom door was when they both arrived. Momo merely pointed out to Izuku that some people's peculiarities occasionally resulted in exaggerated body configurations, which called for some special interior modeling. Izuku felt a mental slap because, with all the quirk research he had been doing over the years, he should have known that fact immediately. As he approached the classroom where the most talented students who aspired to be pro-heroes would be waiting behind the door, he did have another thought. Izuku considered the possibility that Bakugo and the other student he had met during the entrance exam who wore glasses might be in the same classroom as him. He harbored a faint hope that perhaps they were in separate classrooms. Since he already knew that Bakugo wouldn't think twice about doing something drastic if he saw Izuku in the same class as those two, Izuku even considered what he would do if he were in that same class. He also had a sad thought about how he was going to handle that other student. The reality that was about to hit him was not being adequately processed by his mind. What are you waiting for? Izuku was startled out of his reverie when Momo spoke to him and he noticed the bewildered expression on her face. Izuku tried to laugh it off, but even Momo could see how anxious she was. Sorry, guess I have first day jitters. Momo did what she believed to be the most effective way to reassure Izuku. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I've got them too. Not every day you start a new school with new classmates. Her mind was as clear as possible because she had already dealt with her first day jitters much earlier, so she wasn't exactly lying to him. Izuku felt better and took a deep breath to regain his composure before opening the door. Yeah, you're right. Take your feet off of that desk, now. Izuku's optimism that his first day in UA would go well was dashed the moment he heard that. The high began to turn to ash. Huh. Came back an all too familiar voice that sounded to everyone who heard it, especially Izuku, both bored and irritated. Izuku witnessed something all too familiar taking place in the classroom. Almost every year, someone at Aldera Junior High tried to get Katsuki Bakugo to follow the rules of proper student conduct. Bakugo would either ignore them or threaten them in response. It appears that Bakugo chose to be both patronizing and intimidating to the student who was attempting to persuade him to move his feet from his desk. When Momo heard, she was also curious about what was happening in the classroom. While Bakugo merely responded that being from Sume Junior High meant that the school either shoved a stick up the tall student's ass or made sure that if he was born with one, it wouldn't come out anytime soon, they both watched as the person wearing glasses identified himself as Tenya Ida from Sume Junior High. Bakugo gave the bespectacled student in front of him a kind of fierce and determined glare as he said, "Don't go thinking that just because you from Sume that you're better than me. I'm gonna have so much fun tearing you a new one." Tenya was shocked to hear the statement, threatening a fellow classmate on the first day of school. Are you sure you're in the right place? If what was said to Tenya could be interpreted as a real threat, he could be forgiven based on the expression. Before Tenya could continue, he caught a glimpse of two other students standing in the doorway of the classroom, and he recognized one of them almost instantly. Tenya said, "It's him," loudly enough and clearly enough for every other student in the room to turn their heads and look at the person. When Izuku realized that he essentially had everyone's attention, his anxiety increased a bit. Including Bakugo frowning. Momo watched in silence because she had a gut feeling that if she just listened, she might learn something. Tenya approached Izuku and reiterated his name and place of origin. Before introducing himself, Izuku waited for the tall teen to finish his introduction. Only Momo heard someone in the classroom say, "It's that guy," because he was still a little anxious. She kept listening even though she couldn't really see who had said it. When Tenya made an apologetic bow in front of Izuku, she was taken aback by what she saw next. "I must apologize for my behavior that day during the practical exam. I failed to realize that there was something more to it than what I saw, and yet you were perceptive enough to see it without fail. I completely misjudged you, and that is a failing for a student of this academy." Izuku questioned the source and methodology of this classmate's conclusions. In actuality, Izuku would claim that his success on the practical exam was entirely due to luck. Additionally, he was a little embarrassed to say it, which prevented him from speaking. By claiming that what he did was something that any would-be pro-hero would have done, he at least attempted to clarify some facts. Momo was about to inquire about Izuku's actions that appeared to be receiving a lot of attention. "Hey, I recognize that green messed up hair. You're the boy that took out that giant robot with only a shield." When Momo and Izuku turned around, they saw a short, slim girl with brown hair staring at Izuku with a joyful expression. Izuku identified her as the girl who saved him from embarrassing himself right before the test and to whom he returned the favor by preventing her from being crushed beneath that enormous robot. Momo, who had been observing and listening, soon discovered that the rumor she had heard was untrue. Since Izuku's sudden red, embarrassed expression was rather amusing, she did manage to keep her face from smiling. She wondered if this was how he behaved around girls he didn't know. Momo listened as the girl with the brown hair described how Izuku defeated the enormous robot in such a spectacular way. Despite her history of silence, she made the decision to ask the tall teen if what she was hearing was accurate. "She's not lying. I saw it myself," Tenya answered, reliving the incident in his mind as though it had just occurred. "We were told that the giant robot was more of an obstacle than a target to defeat during the practical part of the exam. It wasn't worth taking out for points we needed to pass, but when that girl got caught under some rubble that came from a building the robot had destroyed, Izuku was the only one who challenged the robot with nothing but a shield, and he took it out with one strike." Momo sensed Tenya's words were honest based on the seriousness of his face. Additionally, keep in mind Mei's remarks and the rumors she had heard before today. Given everything that was known to her, it was safe to assume that what she was hearing was accurate. That caused her to focus on the shield still draped over his back. Momo knew more than most about the strength required for that enormous robot to destroy a building constructed in accordance with city code because she had a reasonable understanding of physics. Additionally, how much force is needed to break something that has the potential to topple tall buildings? That made her think of two questions. What was Izuku's quirk, and how did it function with his shield? Izuku knew that at least 3 people were watching him. He didn't fully realize that a 4th pair of eyes was watching him. These eyes had a look that was similar to that of a big game hunter pursuing his prey, or someone who realized that someone had wronged him and that he needed to exact much-needed retribution. Regarding Izuku Midoriya and his ridiculous aspiration to become a pro-hero, Katsuki Bakugo had expressed his opinions quite clearly. He wasn't particularly optimistic that Izuku would make it to the UA. Even so, he harbored a sinister desire to take the same practical exam as Izuku in order to finally defeat the oddball pro-hero wannabe. He was furious that Izuku had ruined his dream of being the only student from Aldera Junior High to get into the University of Arizona High, and the fact that they would once more be in the same classroom annoyed him even more. Izuku was disrespecting everything that comes with being a pro-hero simply by being there, Bakugo thought without question. At that moment, he had another thought that truly made him smile. He already knew that none of the other pupils in this class possessed any talent that would make them worthy of being pro-heroes. With all the other losers and wannabes, it felt like he was back in junior high. Accordingly, the benchmark for producing pro-heroes at UA, Bakugo had to remind everyone what it takes to be a pro-hero because High had fallen to absolute shit levels. And there's no better way to accomplish that than to thrash Deku in front of the entire class in such a spectacular manner that the others immediately quit. The explosive quirk user liked the idea more and more the more he considered it. It made sense that he would need to prove himself the best in order to be the best, and thus far, none of the other students have shown any promise that would cause him to consider them as flukes who passed the requirements to be admitted to UA. Elevated. Bakugo already intended to use Deku as a warm-up before destroying the other pupils. Bakugo allowed a smile to appear on his face and thought, I guess the oddball wannabe hero has a use to him after all. Class 1A's business started when their teacher made an odd appearance, but Class 1H's business started in a more conventional way. May was on the verge of needing a seatbelt to prevent her from jumping out of her seat, while almost every other student in the class sat quietly waiting for their teacher to start. In terms of supplies and equipment, her previous school could only provide so much for her to make anything she thought was deserving of being referred to as one of her adorable babies. She was in the UA now. She was confident that her lack of resources would not limit her creativity and that she would have access to materials of nearly military quality. She expressed her eagerness to obtain what UA High had to accept and start working. May was thinking more quickly than ever before about what she could make or what ideas she had put on hold because she lacked the supplies or equipment necessary to turn them into reality. As a result, she failed to notice a man who looked like a cross between a human body and a construction vehicle and who greeted the students in the classroom. The students gave the man a rather typical greeting when he said, "Good morning, students. I'm your homeroom teacher, Higuri Maijima." The only person who wasn't staring at him with curiosity or puzzlement was a girl with pink hair who had goggles on her head. Given all the years he has spent teaching first-year students in the support course, it was a rare sight for him to see a student not staring at him in that way. However, since this was the first day, it was time to take things seriously. He needed to determine whether these students could be more creative than they had demonstrated on their entrance exam. Now, after school orientation, we're going to have tests that prove your skills at being innovative as adaptable as it is unique. The students began whispering among themselves about what they had just been told, as was to be expected. The instructor observed that a few of them appeared somewhat anxious, with the exception of the girl with the pink hair, whose face seemed to lighten, as if the first thing she truly wanted to hear was what he had said. The teacher's next statement was intended to help him assess which students felt confident in their skills. Since he somewhat agreed with the logic behind it, he had taken the idea from the other teachers, Hizashi Yamada and Shota Aizawa. And he anticipated that they were testing them in this way at the moment. He had bet on Yamada this year because it was a sort of faculty betting pool about how quickly either Aizawa or Yamada would expel their students. Now the reason for this test is to fully prove both to the school and yourself that it wasn't a fluke of any kind that earned you a spot in the support course. Which is why if you fail this test, you will be relegated out of the support course and into general studies. As anticipated, the students began whispering more among themselves, their voices tinged with anxiety and fear. He would not simply throw them out, as Yamada and Aizawa frequently did. He had witnessed the fate of numerous students who were expelled by them, as well as how some of them truly suffered losses as a result of their expulsion. Despite everything, we were virtually assured of readmittance. This former pro-hero teacher observed that some of her students lost their motivation to pursue their aspirations of becoming pro-hero stars and instead became more reserved. Those in the hero course might find value in that kind of thinking, but he felt that in order for them to become the greatest innovators, they would need to be free from the constraints of convention. Although being expelled is somewhat of a tradition, Maijima believed that it would leave too much of a negative impression on the innovators, which would likely make the student feel like a failure even if they were given another chance. In order to keep their imaginations from suffering too long, Maijima came to believe that they could regain their place even if they failed, perhaps even surpass the students' expectations in terms of growth. That was the difference between the hero course and the support course. While those who made all the support gear learned that failure simply meant they had discovered one way for something to fail and that they simply needed to keep trying until they found a way to make it work, those who wanted to become pro-heroes had no choice but to succeed. Only Mei Hatsume was concerned about how she would ace this test, while the other students in the support course were beginning to worry about how they were going to pass and stay in their current positions. She already had a number of concepts for either new devices or improved models of existing ones. And that was prior to her having access to the resources this school could offer. However, Mei already had the ideal plan in place in case she was unable to obtain anything from the school and had to rely on her own resources. Working with Izuku for so long and essentially using scraps of material taught her a valuable trick that has helped her a lot. She was more than willing to demonstrate the trick to her teacher as soon as the chance arose.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.